Number 33, bytevector.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.network. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class byte vector. Private static final int initial underscore size equals 4096. Private byte buff equals null. Private int bufflen equals 0. Private boolean changed equals true. Public byte vector. Buff equals new byte initial underscore size. Public byte vector, int capacity. Buff equals new byte capacity. Void ensure capacity, int minimum capacity. If buff.length, bufflen equals minimum capacity. Enough buff, no expand needed. Return. Expand needed. Int expand length equals buff.length 2. If expand length, bufflen minimum capacity. Expand length equals bufflen plus minimum capacity. Byte new buff equals new byte expand length. System.array copy, buff, 0, new buff, 0, bufflen. Buff equals new buff. Public synchronized void append, byte b, int offset, int length. Ensure capacity, length. System.array copy, b, offset, buff, bufflen, length. Bufflen plus equals length. Changed equals true. Public void append, byte b, int length. Append, b, 0, length. Public void append, byte b. Append, b, 0, b dot length. Return the current byte array containing the bytes. At return. Public byte get bytes. If changed. Return buff. Byte new buff equals new byte buff len. System.array copy, buff, 0, new buff, 0, buff len. Buff equals new buff. Return buff. Public int length. Return buff len. Public void set length, int length. If length equals buff len equals length. Return. Else byte new buff equals new byte length. System.array copy, buff, 0, new buff, 0, buff len. Buff equals new buff. Number 34, cache processing item.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.core.proxy. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http message. Public class cache processing item. Public cache processing item, history reference ref, http message. Reference equals ref. Message equals message. History reference equals null. http message equals null. Number 35, category.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner. 00000099999, information gathering. 10,000 to 19,999, default files. 20,000 to 29,999. 30,000 to 39,999. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class category. Public static final int info underscore gather equals 0. Public static final int browser equals 1. Public static final int server equals 2. Public static final int miscellaneous equals 3. Public static final int injection equals 4. Private static string names equals information gathering, client browser, server security, miscellaneous, injection. Public static string get name, int category. String result equals undefined. If category names dot length. Result equals names category. Return result. Public static int get category, string name. 4. Int I equals 0, I names dot length, I plus plus. If names I dot equal signor case, name. Return I. Return 0. Public static string getl names. Return names. Public static int length. Return names dot length. Number 36, category table model.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.table.default table model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.plugin. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class category table model extends default table model. Private static final string column names equals test name, enabled. Private vector list test category equals new vector. Public category table model. Public void settable, int category, list all test. List test category dot clear. 4. Int I equals 0, I all test dot size, I plus plus. Plugin test equals, plugin, all test dot get, I. If, test dot get category, equals category. List test category dot add, test. Fireable data changed. Public class get column class, int C. If, C equals 1. Return boolean dot class. Return string dot class. Public string get column name, int col. Return column name col. Public boolean is editable, int row index, int column index. If, column index equals 1. Return true. Return false. Public void set value at, object value, int row, int col. Plugin test equals, plugin, list test category dot get, row. Object result equals null. Switch, col. Case 0, break. Case 1, test dot set enabled, boolean, value, dot boolean value. Break. Fireable cell updated, row, col. Public int get column count. Return 2. non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number getro count. Public int getro count. Return getist list, size. Non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number get value at, int. Public object get value at, int row, int col. Plugin test equals, plugin, list test category dot get, row. Object result equals null. Switch, col. Case 0, result equals test dot get name. Break. Case 1, result equals new boolean, test dot is enabled. Break. Default, result equals. Return result. Private list getist list. If list test category equals null. List test category equals new vector. Return list test category. Number 37, collector.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider. Import java.io.unsupported encoding exception. Import java.net.url encoder. Import java.utility vector. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http body. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http header. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http malformed header exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http request header. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class collector. Private spider thread parent equals null. Collector, spider thread parent. This dot parent equals parent. Build URI given a base HTML. Keep absolute if it is. @param HTML. @param link. @return. @throws URI exception. @throws HTTP malformed header exception. Private HTTP message build message, URI base, string link, throws URI exception, HTTP malformed header exception. URI equals null. URI equals new URI, base, link, true. HTTP message equals new HTTP message, new HTTP request header, HTTP request header dot get, URI, HTTP header.http 11. Return message. Private boolean is duplicateinsamert vector list, HTTP message. If, list.contains, message. Return true. Else. List.add, message. Return false. Void collect, HTML, int current depth. Vector previous found list equals new vector. URI equals null. As equals HTML.getAs. Frames equals HTML.getFrames. imgs equals HTML.getImgs. Hyperlink links equals HTML.getHyperlinks. Metas equals HTML.getMetas. HTTP message equals null. Process anchor. 4. Int I equals 0, I as dot length, I plus. String href equals as I dot get href, dot replace all, and amp, and. Try. Message equals build message, HTML.get URI, href. If, is duplicateinsamert previous found list, message. Parent.found URI, message, HTML.get URI, .toString, current depth. Catch, exception E. System.out.println, A, invalid URI plus href. E.print stack trace. Process frame. 4. Int I equals 0, iframes.length, I plus. String src equals frames I dot get src. Try. Message equals build message, HTML.get URI, src. If, is duplicateinsamert previous found list, message. Parent.found URI, message, HTML.get URI, .toString, current depth. Catch, exception e. System.out.println, frame, invalid URI plus src. E.print stack trace. Process imgs. Suppressed extracting URLs from image. 4. Int I equals 0, imgs.length, I++. String src equals imgs I.get src. Try. Message equals build message, html.get URI, src. Parent.found URI, message, html.get URI, .toString, current depth. Catch, exception e. System.out.println, img, invalid URI plus src. E.print stack trace. Process forms. Vector form query list equals get forms query, HTML. 4. Int I equals 0, I form query list dot size, I++. Message equals, HTTP message, form query list dot get, I. Try. Parent dot found URI, message, HTML dot get URI, dot toString, current depth. Catch, URI exception e. E.print stack trace. Process general hyperlinks, e.g. in JavaScript elsewhere. 4. Int I equals 0, links.length, I++. String link equals links I.get link, replace all, and amp, and. Try. Message equals build message, html.get URI, link. If, is duplicate mel, previous found list, message. Parent.found URI, message, html.get URI, .toString, current depth. Catch, exception e. E.print stack trace. Process metas. 4. Int I equals 0, I metas.length, I++. String URL equals metas I.get URL. Try. Message equals build message, html.get URI, URL. If, is duplicate mel, previous found list, message. Parent.found URI, message, html.get URI, .toString, current depth. Catch, exception e. System.out.println, frame, invalid URI plus src. E.print stack trace. Public vector get forms query, HTML. Vector QRY list equals new vector. Forms equals HTML.get forms. 4. Int I equals 0, I forms.length, I++. Form equals forms I. Vector 1 form equals get form query, form, HTML.get URI. QRY list.add all, 1 form. Return QRY list. Private vector get form query, form, URI base URI. Vector crystal list equals new vector. Vector QRY list equals new vector. String query string equals HTTP request header REQ header equals null. HTTP body REQ body equals null. If form.get action equals null. Return QRY list. Int combination count equals 1. 4. Int I equals 0, I form.get select, .length, I++. Restrict max number of options to 2. Combination count equals, form.get select, I.get option, .length 2. 2. Form.get select, I.get option, .length. If, combination count 512. Return QRY list. Try. Build all query string using input tags. 4. Int I equals 0, I form.get input, .length, I++. Input equals form.get input, I. If, input.get name, equals null input.get name, .length, equals 0. Continue. If, input.get type, equals null. If, input.get type, equals signer case, input.submit. Submit field should also be sent for better crawling. Input.get type, equals signer case, input.password. Input.get type, equals signer case, input.checkbox. Input.get type, equals signer case, input.reset. Continue. String value equals input.get value. If, input.get type, equals signer case, input.text, and end value equals. Arbitrary fill A1 for displayable fields. Value equals 1. Query string equals build post query string, input.get name, value. Build all query string using text area tags. 4. Int I equals 0, I form.get text area, .length, I++. Text area equals form.get text area, I. If, text area.get name, equals null text area.get name, .length, equals 0. Continue. String value equals text area dot get value. Query string equals build post query string, text area dot get name, value. Build all query string using select and option tags. Crystallist dot add element, query string. 4. Int I equals 0, I form dot get select, dot length, I plus plus. Select equals form dot get select, I. If, select dot get name, equals null select dot get name, dot length, equals 0. Continue. Crystallist equals add select field, crystallist, select. 4. Int I equals 0, I crystallist dot size, I plus plus. HTTP message equals null. URI equals null. String QRYSTR equals, string, crystallist dot element at, I. If, form dot get method, dot equal signer case, form dot get. String action equals, form dot get action, dot index of, question, 0. Form dot get action, plus question and QRYSTR, form dot get action, plus ampersand and QRYSTR. URI equals new URI, base URI, action, true. REQ header equals new HTTP request header, form dot get method, dot trim, dot uppercase, URI, HTTP header dot HTTP 11. Message equals new HTTP message, REQ header. Else if, form dot get method, dot equal signer case, form dot post. If, parent dot get spider param, dot is post form. Continue. URI equals new URI, base URI, form dot get action, true. REQ header equals new HTTP request header, form dot get method, dot trim, dot uppercase, URI, HTTP header dot HTTP 11. REQ body equals new HTTP body, QRYSTR. REQ header dot set content length, REQ body dot length. Message equals new HTTP message, REQ header, REQ body. Else. Continue. Message get request header, dot set content length, message get request body, dot length. QRY list dot add, message. Catch, exception E. Return QRY list. Private vector add select field, vector QRY, select. Vector nucrylist equals new vector. String query string equals null. If, select dot get option, equals null. Return nucrylist. 4. Int I equals 0, I select dot get option, dot length and I2, I plus plus. Only select at most 2 option to avoid too much combinations. If second option exist, don't use first option because first option is usually not valid option. If I equals 0 and select dot get option, dot length 1. Continue. String value equals select.get option, I.get value. Try. If qry. Is empty. Query string equals build post query string, select.get name, value. Nucrylist.add element, query string. Else. 4. Int j equals 0, jqry.size, j++. Query string equals, string, qry.element at, j. Query string equals build post query string, query string, select.get name, value. Nucrylist.add element, query string. Catch, exception e. Return nucrylist. Private static final string equals. Private static final string ampersand equals and. Private static final string question equals. Private string build post query string, string old query, string new field, string new value. String buffer result equals new string buffer, old query. If, old query.length, 0. Result.append, ampersand. Result.append, new field. Result.append, equal. Try. Result.append, URL encoder.encode, new value, UTF-8. Catch, unsupported encoding exception e. Return result.toString. Number 38, command line.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros. Import java.utility hash table. Import java.utility vector. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http sender. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class command line. Static final string session equals session. Static final string new underscore session equals news assign. Static final string help equals help. Static final string help2 equals h. Static final string no underscore user underscore agent equals user agent. Static final string sp equals sp. Private boolean GUI equals true. Private string args equals null. Private hash table keywords equals new hash table. Private vector command list equals null. Public command line, string args, throws exception. This.args equals args. Parse first, this.args. Private boolean check pair, string args, string param name, int I, throws exception. String key equals args I. String value equals null. If key equals null, return false. If key dot equals signer case, param name. Value equals args I plus 1. If value equals null, throw new exception. Keywords dot put, param name, value. Args I equals null. Args I plus 1 equals null. Return true. Return false. Private boolean check switch, string args, string param name, int I, throws exception. String key equals args I. If key equals null, return false. If key dot equals signer case, param name. Keywords dot put, param name. Args I equals null. Return true. Return false. Private void parse first, string args, throws exception. 4. Int I equals 0, I args dot length, I plus plus. If parse switches, args, I, continue. If parse keywords, args, I, continue. 4. Int I equals 0, I args dot length, I plus plus. If args I equals null. Throw new exception. Public void parse, vector command list, throws exception. This dot command list equals command list. Command line argument last arg equals null. Boolean found equals false. Int remaining value count equals 0. 4. Int I equals 0, I args dot length, I plus plus. If argxi equals null, continue. Found equals false. 4. Int j equals 0, j command list dot size, and, found, j++. Command line argument extarg equals, command line argument, command list dot get, j. 4. Int k equals 0, k extarg dot length and, found, k++. If argxi dot compare toinure case, extarg k dot get name, equals 0. Check if previous keyword satisfied its required no of parameters. If remaining value count 0. Throw new exception, missing parameters for keyword plus last arg dot get name, plus dot. Process this keyword. Last arg equals extarg k. Last arg dot set enabled, true. Found equals true. Argxi equals null. Remaining value count equals last arg dot get num off arguments. Check if current string is a keyword preceded by dash. If argxi equals null and argxi dot starts with dash. Continue. Check if there is no more expected param value. If last arg equals null and remaining value count equals 0. Continue. Check if consume remaining for last matched keywords. If found and last arg equals null. If last arg dot get pattern equals null last arg dot get pattern dot matcher argxi dot find last arg dot get arguments dot add argxi. If remaining value count 0. Remaining value count argxi equals null. Else throw new exception, last arg dot get error message. Check if the last keyword satisfied its no of parameters. If last arg equals null and remaining value count 0. Throw new exception, missing parameters for keyword plus last arg dot get name, plus dot. Check if there is some unknown keywords. 4. Int I equals 0, I args dot length, I plus plus. If argxi equals null. Throw new exception, unknown options, plus argxi. Private boolean parse switches, string args, int I, throws exception. Boolean result equals false. If, check switch, args, no underscore user underscore agent, I. http sender.c agent. Constant.set catcher. Result equals true. Else if, check switch, args, sp, I. Constant.set sp, true. Result equals true. Else if, check switch, args, help, I. Result equals true. Set GUI, false. Else if, check switch, args, help2, I. Result equals true. Set GUI, false. Return result. Private Boolean parse keywords, string args, int I, throws exception. Boolean result equals false. If, check pair, args, new underscore session, I. Set GUI, false. Result equals true. Else if, check pair, args, session, I. Set GUI, false. Result equals true. Return result. At return returns the no GUI. Public Boolean is GUI. Return GUI. At param no GUI the no GUI to set. Public void set GUI, Boolean GUI. This .GUI equals GUI. Public string get argument, string keyword. Return, string, keywords.get, keyword. Static string getHelp general. String crlf equals \r\n. String help equals GUI usage plus crlf plus \t_javaparos.jar plus crlf plus \t_javajarparos.jar plus crlf plus see javajarparos.jar h help for detail \r\n\n. Return help. Public string get help. String buffer SB equals new string buffer, gethelp general. SB append, command line usage \r\n. SB append, java jar paros.jar h help newses zion session _file _path options \r\n. SB append, options \r\n/r/n. 4. Int I equals 0, I command list.size, I++. Command line argument extarg equals, command line argument, command list.get, I. 4. Int j equals 0, j extarg.length, j++. SB append, extarg j.gethelp message, plus \r\n. Return SB tossed ring. Public boolean is enabled, string keyword. Object obj equals keywords.get, keyword. If, obj, equals null and obj instancy of string. Return true. Return false. Number 39, command line argument.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.utility vector. Import java.utility regex.pattern. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class command line argument. Private string name equals. Private int numOf arguments equals 0. Private vector arg equals new vector. Private boolean enabled equals false. Private pattern equals null. Private string error message equals. Private string help message equals. At return returns the error message. Public string get error message. Return error message. At return returns the pattern. Public pattern get pattern. Return pattern. Public command line argument, string name, int numOf arguments. This dot name equals name. This .numOf arguments equals numOf arguments. Public command line argument, string name, int numOf arguments, string pattern, string error message, string help message. This, name, numOf arguments. If, pattern, equals null and pattern dot length, 0. This dot pattern equals pattern dot compile, pattern. If, error message, equals null. This dot error message equals error message. If, help message, equals null. This dot help message equals help message. Public string get name. Return name. Public int get numOf arguments. Return numOf arguments. Public vector get arguments. Return arg. Check if this command line is enabled by the caller. At return if this public boolean is enabled. Return enabled. Enable this command line parameter. At param enabled. Public void set enabled, boolean enabled. This dot enabled equals enabled. At return returns the help message. Public string get help message. Return help message. Number 40, command line listener.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public Interface Command Line Listener. Execute the command line using the argument provided. Public void execute, command line argument args. Number 41, connection param.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.network. Import java.utility vector. Import java.utility regex.pattern. Import org.apache.commons.client.http state. Import org.paros proxy.paros.common.abstract param. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class connection param extends abstract param. Private static final string connection equals connection. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore name equals connection.proxy chain.host name. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore port equals connection.proxy chain.port. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore skip underscore name equals connection.proxy chain.skip name. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore realm equals connection.proxy chain.realm. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore user underscore name equals connection.proxy chain.username. Private static final string proxy underscore chain underscore password equals connection.proxy chain.password. Private string proxy name equals private int proxicane port equals 8080. Private string proxicane skip name equals private string proxicane realm equals private string proxicane username equals private string proxicane password equals private http state equals null. Private boolean state enabled equals false. Private vector list auth equals new vector. Private pattern skip equals null. At return returns the state enabled. Public boolean state enabled. Return state enabled. At param state enabled the state enabled to set. Public voids state enabled, boolean state enabled. This dot hpstatenabled equals hpstatenabled. If this dot hpstatenabled HTTP state equals new HTTP state. Else HTTP state equals null. Public connection param. Protected void parse. Set proxy name, get config, dot get string, proxy underscore chain underscore name. Try. Set proxy port, get config, dot get int, proxy underscore chain underscore port, 8080. Catch, exception e. Set proxy skip name, get config, dot get string, proxy underscore chain underscore skip underscore name. Set proxy realm, get config, dot get string, proxy underscore chain underscore realm. Set proxy username, get config, dot get string, proxy underscore chain underscore user underscore name. Set proxy password, get config, dot get string, proxy underscore chain underscore password. Parse authentication. Public string get proxy name. Return proxy name. Public void set proxy name, string proxy name. This dot proxy name equals proxy name dot trim. Get config, dot set property, proxy underscore chain underscore name, this dot proxy name. Public int get proxy port. Return proxy port. Public void set proxy port, int proxy port. This dot proxy port equals proxy port. Get config, dot set property, proxy underscore chain underscore port, integer dot toString, this dot proxy port. Public string get proxy skip name. Return proxy skip name. Public void set proxy skip name, string proxy skip name. This dot proxy skip name equals proxy skip name dot trim. Get config, dot set property, proxy underscore chain underscore skip underscore name, this dot proxy skip name. Parse proxy skip, this dot proxy skip name. Public string get proxy realm. Return proxy realm. Public void set proxy realm, string proxy realm. This dot proxy realm equals proxy realm dot trim. Get config, dot set property, proxy underscore chain underscore realm, this dot proxy realm. Public string get proxicane username. Return proxicane username. Public void set proxicane username, string proxicane username. This .proxicane username equals proxicane username.trim. Get config, .set property, proxy underscore chain underscore user underscore name, this .proxicane username. Public string get proxicane password. Return proxicane password.trim. Public void set proxicane password, string proxicane password. This .proxicane password equals proxicane password. Get config, .set property, proxy underscore chain underscore password, this .proxicane password. Check if via proxy chain. At return true equals use proxy chain. Private Boolean ISIS proxicane. If get proxicane name equals return false, else return true. Check if the given host name is in the proxy chain skip list. At param host name to be checked. Private Boolean is skip proxicane, string host name. If pattern skip equals null host name equals null. Return false. Return pattern skip.matcher, host name, .find. Check if given host name need to send using proxy. At param host name to be checked. At return true equals need to send via proxy. Public Boolean ISIS proxy, string host name. If ISIS proxicane is skip proxicane, host name. Return false. Else return true. Parse the proxy chain skip text string and build the regex pattern. Private void parse proxicane skip, string skip name. Pattern skip equals null. If skip name equals null skip name dot equals return. skip name equals skip name dot replace all, backslash backslash dot, backslash 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 dot. Skip name equals skip name dot replace all, backslash backslash, dot. Replace all, plus dollar, plus. Skip name equals, plus skip name dot replace all, plus, plus, dollar. Pattern skip equals pattern dot compile, skip name, pattern dot case underscore insensitive. At return returns the list auth. Public vector get list auth. Return list auth. At param list auth the list auth to set. Public void set list auth, vector list auth. This dot list auth equals list auth. Host authentication auth equals null. For int I equals 0, I, list auth dot size, 100, list auth dot size, 100, I++. Clear property doesn't work. So set all host name to blank as a workaround. Get config, dot clear property, get auth, I, auth underscore host underscore name. Get config, dot clear property, get auth, I, auth underscore port. Get config, dot clear property, get auth, I, auth underscore user underscore name. Get config, dot clear property, get auth, I, auth underscore password. Get config, dot clear property, get auth, I, auth underscore realm. Get config, dot clear property, auth plus dot a plus I. For int I equals 0, I list auth dot size, I++. Auth equals, host authentication, list auth dot get, I. Get config, dot set property, get auth, I, auth underscore host underscore name, auth dot get host name. Get config, dot set property, get auth, I, auth underscore port, integer dot toString, auth dot get port. Get config, dot set property, get auth, I, auth underscore user underscore name, auth dot get username. Get config, dot set property, get auth, I, auth underscore password, auth dot get password. Get config, dot set property, get auth. Private static final string auth equals connection dot auth. Private static final string auth underscore host underscore name equals host name. Private static final string auth underscore port equals port. Private static final string auth underscore user underscore name equals username. Private static final string auth underscore password equals password. Private static final string auth underscore realm equals realm. Private string get auth, int I, string name. Return auth plus dot a plus I plus dot. Plus name. Private void parse authentication. List auth dot clear. String host equals. For int I equals 0, host, equals null, I++. Host equals get config, dot get string, get auth, I, auth underscore host underscore name. If host equals null. Break. If host equals break host authentication auth equals new host authentication host get config get int get auth auth underscore port get config get string get auth auth underscore user underscore name get config get string get auth auth underscore password get config get string get auth auth underscore realm list auth.add auth. At return returns the HTTP state. Public HTTP state get state. Return HTTP state. At param HTTP state the HTTP state to set. Public void state, HTTP state. This .http state equals HTTP state. Number 42, constant.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros. Import java.io.file. Import java.utility no such element exception. Import java.utility regex.matcher. Import java.utility regex.pattern. Import org.apache.commons.configuration exception. Import org.apache.commons.configuration.xml configuration. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log factory. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.file copier. To change the template for this generated type comment go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public final class constant. Public static final string program underscore name equals paros. The config.xml must be set to be the same as the version underscore tag. Otherwise the config.xml will be overwritten every time. Public static final string program underscore version equals 3.2.13. Public static final long version underscore tag equals 300200013. Note the above. Public static final string program underscore title equals program underscore name plus program underscore version. Public static final string system underscore paros underscore user underscore log equals paros.user.log. Public static final string file underscore config equals someconfig.xml. Public static final string folder underscore plugin equals plugin. Public static final string folder underscore filter equals filter. Public static final string folder underscore session equals session. Public static final string name underscore template equals 2.paros. Public static final string name underscore untitled equals folder underscore session plus untitled. Public static final string file underscore config underscore default equals someconfig.xml. Public string file underscore config equals config.xml. Public static final string folder underscore plugin equals plugin. Public static final string folder underscore filter equals filter. Public static final string folder underscore session underscore default equals session. Public string folder underscore session equals session. Public static final string name underscore template equals db plus system.get property, file.separator, plus parosp. Public static final string name underscore untitled underscore default equals folder underscore session underscore default plus system.get property, file.separator, plus untitled. Public string name underscore untitled equals folder underscore session plus system.get property, file.separator, plus untitled. Public string accepted underscore license underscore default equals accepted license. Public string accepted underscore license equals accepted underscore license underscore default. Private static constant instance equals null. Public static final int max underscore host underscore connection equals 5. Public static final string user underscore agent equals program underscore name plus program underscore version. Private static string staticea catcher equals program underscore name. Private static boolean static sp equals false. Private static pattern windows equals pattern.compile, window, pattern.case underscore insensitive. Private static pattern Linux equals pattern.compile, Linux, pattern.case underscore insensitive. Public static string getIA catcher. Return staticea catcher. Public static void set IA catcher, string I catcher. Staticea catcher equals I catcher. Public static void set sp, boolean is sp. Static sp equals is sp. Public static boolean is sp. Return static sp. Public constant. File copier equals new file copier. File f equals null. Log equals null. String userhome equals system.getProperty, user.home. Default to use application directory log. System.setProperty, system_paros_user_log, log. If userhome equals null and userhome.equals userhome plus equals system.getProperty, file.separator, plus paros. F equals new file, userhome. Userhome plus equals system.getProperty, file.separator. File_config equals userhome plus file_config. Folder_session equals userhome plus folder_session. Name_untitled equals userhome plus name_untitled. Accepted_license equals userhome plus accepted_license. Try. System.setProperty, system_paros_user_log, userhome. System.setProperty, log4j.configuration, symlog4j.properties. If f.is directory. f.mkdir. Log equals logFactory.getLog, constant.class. Log.info, created directory plus userhome. Else. Log equals logFactory.getLog, constant.class. F equals new file, file_config. If f.is file. Log.info, copying defaults from plus file_config_default plus to plus file_config. Copier.copy, new file, file_config_default, f. Else. Try. XML configuration config equals new XML configuration, file_config. Config.setAutoSave, false. Config.load. Longver equals config.getLong, version. If version_tag ver. Overwrite previous configuration file. Copier.copy, new file, file_config_default, f. Catch, configuration exception e. If there is any error in config file, e.g. config file not exist. Overwrite previous configuration file. Copier.copy, new file, file_config_default, f. Catch, no such element exception e. Overwrite previous configuration file if config file corrupted. Copier.copy, new file, file_config_default, f. F equals new file, folder_session. If f.is directory. Log.info, creating directory plus folder_session. f.mkdir. Catch, exception E. System.error.println, unable to initialize home directory. Plus E.getMessage. E.print stack trace, system.error. System.exit, 1. Else. System.setProperty, log4j.configuration, symlog4j.properties. File_config equals file_config_default. Folder_session equals folder_session_default. Name_untitled equals name_untitled_default. Accepted_license equals accepted_license_default. Public static constant get instance. If instance equals null. Instance equals new constant. Return instance. Public static boolean is Windows. String os_name equals system.getProperty, os.name. Matcher equals pattern windows.matcher, os_name. Return matcher.find. Public static boolean is Linux. String os_name equals system.getProperty, os.name. Matcher equals pattern linux.matcher, os_name. Return matcher.find. Number 43, control.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.control. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log factory. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.plugin factory. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.autoupdate.extension autoupdate. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.edit.extension edit. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.encoder.extension encoder. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.filter.extension filter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.extension history. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.manual request.extension manual request editor. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.option.extension option. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.pattern search.extension pattern search. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.report.extension report. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner.extension scanner. Import org.paros.proxy.paros.extension.spider.extension spider. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.state.extension state. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.trap.extension trap. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.model. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.session. Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.view. Overall control with interaction on model and view. Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class control extends abstract control. Private static log equals log factory.get log, control.class. Private static control equals null. Private proxy equals null. Private menu file control equals null. Private menu tools control equals null. Private control, model, view. Super, model, view. Init. Private void init. Plugin factory.loadal plugin, model.getOptionsParam.getConfig. Start plugin loading. Load extension. If view equals null. No need to start proxy if no view. Get proxy. Get extension loader. Hook proxy listener. Get proxy. Post init. Get proxy. Start server. Public proxy get proxy. If proxy equals null. Proxy equals new proxy, model. Return proxy. Protected void add extension. Should be the first ext to load. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension option. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension edit. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension filter. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension pattern search. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension state. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension trap. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension history. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension encoder. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension spider. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension scanner. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension report. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension manual request editor. Get extension loader, add extension, new extension auto update. Public menu file control. Get menu file control. If menu file control equals null. Menu file control equals new menu file control, model, view, this. Return menu file control. Public menu tools control. Get menu tools control. If menu tools control equals null. Menu tools control equals new menu tools control, model, view, this. Return menu tools control. Override inherited shutdown to add stopping proxy servers. Public void shutdown, Boolean compact. Get proxy, stop server. Super shutdown, compact. Public static control get singleton. Return control. Public static void init singleton with view. Control equals new control, model get singleton, view get singleton. Public static void init singleton without view. Control equals new control, model get singleton, null. Public void run command line new session, string file name, throws exception. Session equals new session, model. Log.info, new session file created. Model.sets assign, session. Control.get extension loader, .session change eval plugin, session. If file name ends with .session. File name plus equals .session. Session.save, file name. Get extension loader, .run command line. Public void run command line open session, string file name. session equals new session, model. Log.info, new session file created. Model.setsAssign, session. Control.get extension loader, .session change.eval plugin, session. Number 44, database.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.db. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import java.utility vector. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider listener. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class database. Private static database equals null. Private database server equals null. Private table history equals null. Private table session equals null. Private table alert equals null. Private table scan equals null. Private vector listener list equals new vector. Public database. Table history equals new table history. Table session equals new table session. Table alert equals new table alert. Table scan equals new table scan. Add a tab as listener, table history. Add a tab as listener, table session. Add a tab as listener, table alert. Add a tab as listener, table scan. At return returns the database server. Public database server get database server. Return database server. At param database server, the database server to set. Private void set database server, database server, database server. This database server equals database server. At param table history, the table history to set. Private void settable history, table history, table history. This table history equals table history. Public table history, gettable history. Return table history. At return returns the table session. Public table session, gettable session. Return table session. At param table session, the table session to set. Private void settable session, table session, table session. This table session equals table session. Public static database gets Ingleton. If database equals null. Database equals new database. Return database. Public void add a database listener, database listener listener. Listener list.add, listener. Public void remove database listener, spider listener listener. Listener list.remove, listener. Private void notify listener database open, throws SQL exception. Database listener listener equals null. 4. Int I equals 0, I listener list.size, I++. Listener equals, database listener, listener list.get, I. Listener.database open, get database server. Public void open, string path, throws class not found exception, exception. Set database server, new database server, path. Notify listener database open. Public void close, Boolean compact. If database server equals null, return. Try. Perform cleanup. Gettable history, delete temporary. Shutdown. Get database server, shutdown, compact. Catch, exception print stack trace. At return returns the table alert. Public table alert gettable alert. Return table alert. At param table alert the table alert to set. Public void settable alert, table alert table alert. This table alert equals table alert. At return returns the table scan. Public table scan gettable scan. Return table scan. At param table scan the table scan to set. Public void settable scan, table scan table scan. This table scan equals table scan. Number 45, Database Listener.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.db. Import java.sql.sql exception. To change the template for this generated type comment go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public Interface Database Listener. Public void database open, database server DB server, throws SQL exception. Number 46, Database Server.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.db. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.net.server-socket. Import java.sql.callable statement. Import java.sql.connection. Import java.sql.driver-manager. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import org.hsqldb.server. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public Class Database Server. Public static final int default underscore server underscore port equals 9001. Change the URL to reflect your preferred DB location and name. String URL equals jdbchsqldbhsql localhost artist. String me server props. String moral. String muser equals SA. String m password equals server m server equals null. Connection mcon equals null. Database server, string name, throws class not found exception, exception. Start, name. Private void start, string name, throws class not found exception, exception. HSQLDB only accept as path. Name equals name dot replace all, backslash 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 backslash. String server props 1 equals database point 0 equals file plus name. Int port equals default underscore server underscore port. Moral equals jdbchsqldbhsql localhost. Mserver equals new server. Mserver.set address, localhost. Mserver.put property is from string, server props 1. Mserver.set logwriter, null. Mserver.ctwriter, null. Class.forName, org.hsqldb.jdbc driver. Try at most 10 times if there is a server port. 4. Int I equals 0, I10, I++. Server socket equals null. Try. Socket equals new server socket, port. Socket.close. Mserver.set port, port. break. Catch, IO exception E. If, port 65535. Port ++. mserver.start. If, mserver.getPort, equals 9001. Moral equals moral plus mserver.getPort. System.out.println, db server port plus mserver.getPort. Private void start, string name, throws class not found exception, exception. HSQLDB only accept as path. Name equals name dot replace all, \\\\\. Moral equals jdbchsqldb file plus name. Class dot for name, org.hsqldb.jdbc driver. mcon equals driver manager dot get connection, moral, muser, password. Void shutdown, boolean compact, throws SQL exception. Connection con equals get singleton connection. Callable statement ps compact equals mcon dot prepare call, shutdown compact. Callable statement ps compact equals null. If, compact. db is not new and useful for future. Compact it. ps compact equals con dot prepare call, shutdown compact. Else. New need to compact database. Just shut down. ps compact equals con dot prepare call, shutdown. ps compact dot execute. mserver dot signal closial server connections. mserver dot stop. Boolean retry equals true. 4, int I equals 0, I20 end retry, I++. Try. mserver dot check running, false. Retry equals false. Catch, runtime exception E. Try. Thread dot sleep, 200. Catch, interrupted exception E1. E1 dot print stack trace. M server equals null. Void shutdown, Boolean compact, throws SQL exception. Connection con equals get singleton connection. Callable statement PS compact equals mcon.prepare call, shutdown compact. Callable statement PS compact equals null. If compact DB is not new and useful for future. Compact it. PS compact equals con.prepare call, shutdown compact. Else. New need to compact database. Just shutdown. PS compact equals con.prepare call, shutdown. PS compact.execute. mcon.close. mcon equals null. Public connection get no connection, throws SQL exception. Connection con equals null. 4, int I equals 0, I5, I++. Try. Con equals driver manager dot get connection, moral, muser, password. Return con. Catch, SQL exception e.print stack trace. If I equals 4. Throw e. System.out.println, recovering plus I plus times. Try. Thread.sleep, 500. Catch, exception e. Return con. Public connection get singleton connection, throws SQL exception. If mcon equals null. mcon equals get no connection. Return mcon. Number 47, dynamic loader.java. packageorg.parosproxy.paros.common. Import java.io.file. Import java.io.file name filter. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.lang.reflect.modifier. Import java.net.malformator exception. Import java.net.uri. Import java.net.uri syntax exception. Import java.net.url. Import java.net.url class loader. Import java.utility enumeration. Import java.utility vector. Import java.utility jar.jar file. Import java.utility zip.zip entry. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class dynamic loader extends URL class loader. Private string directory equals private vector list class name equals new vector. Private string package name equals public dynamic loader, string directory, string package name. Super, new URL 0. This dot directory equals directory. Check local, package name. Search jars. Private void search jars. File dir equals new file, directory. File list file equals dir list files, new file name filter. Public boolean accept, file dir, string file name. If, file name dot ends with, dot jar. Return true. Return false. 4. Int I equals 0, I list file dot length, I plus plus. If, list file I dot is file. Continue. Parse jar fill, list file I. Check local jar, paros.jar, or related package if any target file is found. Private void check local, string package name. If, package name equals null package name dot equals. Return. string folder equals package name dot replace dot URL local equals dynamic loader dot class dot get class loader dot get resource folder. If local equals null, return string jar file equals null. If local dot get protocol dot equals jar file equals local dot toString dot substring jar dot length. Int pos equals jar file dot index of jar file equals jar file dot substring 0 pos. System dot out dot println jar file. Try parse jar fill new file new URI jar file. Catch URI syntax exception e.print stack trace. Else try parse class dir new file new URI local.toString package name. Catch URI syntax exception e.print stack trace. Jar file C Eclipse workspace paros _make paros.jar comproof secure paros. File C Eclipse workspace paros and output comproof secure paros. Public vector get filter red object class type. String class name equals class CLS equals null. Vector list class equals new vector. 4. Int I equals 0, I list class name dot size, I++. Class name equals, string, list class name dot get, I. Try. CLS equals load class, class name. Abstract class or interface cannot be constructed. If, modifier.is abstract, CLS.get modifiers, modifier.is interface, CLS.get modifiers. Continue. If, class type.is assignable from, CLS. Object obj equals CLS.new instance. List class.add, obj. Catch, throwable e.print stack trace. Return list class. Private void parse class dir, file, string package name. File list file equals file.list files, new file name filter. Public boolean accept, file, string file name. If, file name dot ends with, dot class. Return true. Return false. 4. Int I equals 0, I list file dot length, I plus plus. File entry equals list file I. If, entry dot is file. Continue. String file name equals entry dot toString. String match equals package name dot replace, dot, file dot separator char. Int pos equals file name dot index of, match. If, pos 0. String class name equals file name dot substring, pos, dot replace all, dot class dot replace, file dot separator char, dot. List class name dot add, class name. Private void parse jar fill, file. Jar file equals null. Zip entry equals null. String class name equals. Try. Jar file equals new jar file, file. Enumeration entries equals jar file dot entries. While, entries dot has more elements. Entry equals, zip entry, entries dot next element. If, entry dot is directory, entry dot get name, dot ends with, dot class. Continue. Class name equals entry dot toString, dot replace all, dot class dot replace all, dot. List class name dot add, class name. Catch, exception E dot print stack trace. Finally. If, jar file, equals null. Try. Jar file dot close. Catch, IO exception E1. Try. This dot add URL, file dot to URL. Catch, malformator exception E1. Number 48, embedded browser.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history. Import org.jdesktop.jdec.browser.web browser. Import org.jdesktop.jdec.browser.web browser event. Import org.jdesktop.jdec.browser.web browser listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.control.control. Public class embedded browser extends web browser implements web browser listener. Pop-up menu embedded browser menu equals null. Public embedded browser. Super. Initialize. Void set pop-up menu embedded browser, pop-up menu embedded browser menu. This dot menu equals menu. Private void initialize. Add webby browser listener, this. Public void download started, web browser event. System.out.println, download started. Public void download completed, web browser event. System.out.println, download completed. Public void download progress, web browser event. Public void download error, web browser event. Control.getSingleton.getProxy.seedenable kpnbook processing, false. Public void document completed, web browser event. System.out.println, doc completed. Control.getSingleton.getProxy.seedenable kpnbook processing, false. Public void title change, web browser event. Public void status exchange, web browser event. Number 49, encoder.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.encoder. Import java.io. Unsupported encoding exception. Import java.net.url decoder. Import java.net.url encoder. Import java.security.message digest. Import java.security.no such algorithm exception. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class encoder. Private final static string code page equals 8859_1. Public string getter lengcode, string message. String result equals. Try. Result equals URL encoder.encode, message, UTF-8. Catch, unsupported encoding exception E.print stack trace. Return result. Public string getter decode, string message. String result equals. Try. Result equals URL decoder.decode, message, UTF-8. Catch, unsupported encoding exception E. E.print stack trace. Return result. Public byte gethish SHA-1, byte buff, throws no such algorithm exception. Message digest SHA equals message digest.get instance, SHA-1. SHA.update, buff. Return SHA.digest. Public byte gethish MD5, byte buff, throws no such algorithm exception. Message digest MD5 equals message digest.get instance, MD5. MD5.update, buff. Return MD5.digest. Public string gethic string, byte buff. String buffer SB equals new string buffer, 20. 4, int I equals 0, I buff.length, I++. Int digit equals, int, buff I, and 0xff. String hex digit equals integer.to hex string, digit, dot to uppercase. If, hex digit dot length, equals 1. SB append, 0. SB append, hex digit. Return SB tossed ring. Public byte get bytes, string buff. Byte result equals null. Try. Result equals buff.get bytes, code page. Catch, unsupported encoding exception E. Return result. The BASE64 decoder perform BASE64 decode even if the string is incorrect. This method is used to check if the code is correct. Public boolean is valid base 64, string buff. String result equals base 64.encode bytes, base 64.decode, buff. If, buff.equals, result. Return true. Else. Return false. Public string get base 64 encode, string message. String result equals. Result equals base 64.encode bytes, get bytes, message. Return result. Public string get base 64 decode, string message. String result equals. If, is valid base 64, message. Return result. Try. Result equals new string, base 64.decode, message, code page. Catch, exception E. Return result. Number 50, encoder dialog.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.encoder. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.gridbag constraints. Import java.awt.gridbag layout. Import java.awt.grid layout. Import java.awt.event.input event. Import java.security.no such algorithm exception. Import javax.swing.j button. Import javax.swing.j panel. Import javax.swing.j scroll pane. Import javax.swing.j text area. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.abstract dialog. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view delegate. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class encoder dialog extends abstract dialog. Private jpanel equals null. Private jpanel 1 equals null. Private jpanel 2 equals null. Private jscrollpane equals null. Private jscrollpane 1 equals null. Private J text area text encode equals null. Private J text area text decode equals null. Private J button btnmd5hash equals null. Private J button thnrlang code equals null. Private J button btn base 64 encode equals null. Private J button btn sha1 hash equals null. Private J button thnrl decode equals null. Private J button btn base 64 decode equals null. Private J panel 3 equals null. Private J panel 4 equals null. Private encoder equals null. Private view delegate view equals null. This method initializes public encoder dialog. Super. Initialize. Public encoder dialog, frame owner, Boolean modal. Super, owner, modal. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set title, encode hash. This dot set content pane, get jpanel. This dot set size, 415, 363. This method initializes jpanel. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel. If jpanel equals null. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 2 equals new gridbag constraints. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 1 equals new gridbag constraints. Jpanel equals new jpanel. Jpanel.set layout, new gridbag layout. Gridbag constraints 1.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 1.grid equals 0. Gridbag constraints 1.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 1.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.northwest. Gridbag constraints 1.fill equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.both. Gridbag constraints 1.weights equals 1.0d. Gridbag constraints 1.weighty equals 0.5d. Gridbag constraints 2.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 2.grid equals 1. Gridbag constraints 2.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 2.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 2.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.both. Grid bag constraints 2.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 2.weighty equals 0.5d. jpanel.add, get jpanel 1, grid bag constraints 1. jpanel.add, get jpanel 2, grid bag constraints 2. Return jpanel. This method initializes jpanel 1. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel 1. If jpanel 1 equals null. java.awt.gridbagconstraints 7 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbagconstraints 3 equals new gridbag constraints. jpanel 1 equals new jpanel. jpanel1.set layout, new gridbag layout. jpanel1.set border, javax.swing.border factory.create a tight lead border, null, enter plain text below to be encoded hashed. avax.swing.border.titledborder.default_justification, javax.swing.border.titledborder.default_position, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font.plain, 11, java.awt.color.black. jpanel1.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 135,120. Grid bag constraints 3.weights equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 3.weighty equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 3.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.both. Grid bag constraints 3.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 3.grid height equals 1. Grid bag constraints 3.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3.gridy equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 7.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 7.gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 7.gridy equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. jpanel1.add, get jscrollpane, grid bag constraints 3. jpanel1.add, get jpanel 3. This method initializes jpanel 2. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel 2. If jpanel 2 equals null. java.awt.gridbagconstraints 9 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbagconstraints 8 equals new gridbag constraints. jpanel 2 equals new jpanel. jpanel2.set layout, new gridbag layout. jpanel2.set border, javax.swing.borderfactory.create a tight lead border, null, enter text below to be decoded, javax.swing.border.titledborder.default_justification, javax.swing.border.titledborder.default_position, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font.plain, 11, java.awt.color.black. jpanel2.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 135,120. Grid bag constraints 8.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 8.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 8.weights equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 8.weight equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 8.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.both. Grid bag constraints 8.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 8.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 8.grid height equals 1. Grid bag constraints 9.gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 9.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 9.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 9.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. jpanel2.add, get jscrollpane 1, grid bag constraints 8. jpanel2.add, get jpanel 4, grid bag constraints 9. Return jpanel2. This method initializes jscrollpane. At return javax.swing.jscrollpane. Private jscrollpane get jscrollpane. If jscrollpane equals null. jscrollpane equals new jscrollpane. jscrollpane.set viewport view, get string code. jscrollpane.s the horizontal scrollbar policy, javax.swing.jscrollpane.horizontal_scrollbar_never. Return jscrollpane. This method initializes jscrollpane 1. At return javax.swing.jscrollpane. Private jscrollpane get jscrollpane 1. If jscrollpane 1 equals null. jscrollpane 1 equals new jscrollpane. jscrollpane1.set viewport view, gets decode. Return jscrollpane 1. This method initializes text encode. At return javax.swing.jtext field. Private jtext area gets encode. If text encode equals null. Text encode equals new jtext area. Text encode.set line wrap, true. Text encode.set font, new java.awt.font, courier new, java.awt.font.plain, 12. Text encode.add listener, new java.awt.event.mouse adapter. Public void mouse pressed, java.awt.event.mouse event e. If e.get modifiers, and input event.button 3_mask, equals 0, right mouse button. View.get pop-up menu, .show, e.get component, e.get x, e.get y. Return text encode. This method initializes text decode. At return javax.swing.j text field. Private j text area gets decode. If text decode equals null. Text decode equals new j text area. Text decode dot set line wrap true. Text decode dot set font new java.awt.font courier new java.awt.font.plain 12. Return text decode. This method initializes btnmd5hash. At return javax.swing.j button. Private j button get btnmd5 hash. If btnmd5hash equals null. btnmd5hash equals new j button. btnmd5 hash dot set text md5 hash. btnmd5 hash dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Text decode.set text. Try. String result equals get encoder, dot gethx string, get encoder, dot gethishmt5, get encoder, dot get bytes, text encode dot get text. Text decode dot set text, result. Catch, no such algorithm exception E1. E1.print stack trace. Return btnmd5hash. This method initializes thnr code. At return javax.swing.j button. Private j button get thnr code. If thnr code equals null. Thnr code equals new j button. Thnr code dot set text URL encode. Thnr code dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Text decode dot set text. Text decode dot set text get encoder, .get erlang code, text encode. Get text. Return erlang code. This method initializes btn base 64 encode. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get btn base 64 encode. If btn base 64 encode equals null. btn base 64 encode equals new jbutton. btn base 64 encode. Set text, base 64 encode. btn base 64 encode. Add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Text decode. Set text. Text decode. Set text, get encoder, get base 64 encode, text encode. Get text. Return btn base 64 encode. This method initializes btn sha1 hash. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get btn sha1 hash. If btn sha1 hash equals null. btn sha1 hash equals new jbutton. btn sha1 hash. Set text, sha1 hash. btn sha1 hash. Add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Text decode. Set text. Try. String result equals get encoder, get string, get encoder, get sha1, get encoder, get bytes, text encode. Get text. Text decode. Set text, result. Catch, no such algorithm exception E1. E1. Print stack trace. Return btn sha1 hash. This method initializes thnrl decode. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get thnrl decode. If fnrl decode equals null. Fnrl decode equals new j button. Fnrl decode dot set text URL decode. Fnrl decode dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed java.awt.event.action event e. Text encode dot set text. String result equals get encoder dot get URL decode text decode dot get text. Text encode dot set text result. Return fnrl decode. This method initializes btn base 64 decode. At return javax.swing.j button. Private j button get btn base 64 decode. If btn base 64 decode equals null. btn base 64 decode equals new j button. btn base 64 decode dot set text base 64 decode. btn base 64 decode dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed java.awt.event.action event e. Text encode dot set text. Text encode dot set text get encoder dot get base 64 decode text decode dot get text. Return btn base 64 decode. This method initializes jpanel3. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel3. If jpanel3 equals null. java.awt.gridlayout 6 equals new grid layout. jpanel3 equals new jpanel. jpanel3.set layout grid layout 6. Grid layout 6.set rows 4. Grid layout 6.set columns 1. Grid layout 6.set vgap 3. Grid layout 6.set gap 3. jpanel3.add get btnrl encode null. jpanel3.add get btn base 64 encode null. jpanel3.add get btn 1 hash null. jpanel3.add get btn 5 hash null. Return jpanel 3. This method initializes jpanel 4. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel 4. If jpanel 4 equals null. java.awt.gridlayout 11 equals new grid layout. jpanel 4 equals new jpanel. jpanel 4.set layout, grid layout 11. Grid layout 11.set rows, 2. Grid layout 11.set columns, 1. Grid layout 11.set gap, 2. Grid layout 11.set vgap, 3. jpanel 4.add, get null decode, null. jpanel 4.add, get ton-base 64 decode, null. Return jpanel 4. Private encoder get encoder. If encoder equals null. Encoder equals new encoder. Return encoder. Void set view, view delegate view. This dot view equals view. At javdecl index equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Number 51, extension.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.options param. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. Life cycle for an extension. Init. Init model, the extension obtain the data model. Init XML. Get extension hook, workbench obtain the view of the plugin. Start. Stop. May go back to 5 depending on options or menu chosen. Destroy. Public interface extension. Public string get name. Initialize plugin during startup. This phase is carried out before all others. Public void init. Initialization of plugin after obtaining data model from core. Method should not depend on view. At param model. Public void init model, model. Public void init view, view delegate view. Public model get model. Public view delegate get view. Start the plugin e.g. if there is a running server. Public void start. Stop the plugin e.g. if there is a running server. Public void stop. Plugin cleanup, finalize etc. when program shutdown. Stop, will be called before shutdown. Public void destroy. Initialize session and options parameter if required XML node not in either files. At param session. At param options. Public void init XML, session, options param options. Public void hook, extension hook plugin hook. Number 52, extension adapter.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.options param. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension adapter implements extension. Private string name equals this.get class, .get name. Private model equals null. Private view delegate view equals null. Private extension hook equals null. Public extension adapter. Public extension adapter, string name. This dot name equals name. At return returns the name. Public string get name. Return name. At param name the name to set. Public void set name, string name. This dot name equals name. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure .paros .plugin number init plugin. Public void init. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure .paros .plugin number init model, com proof secure .paros .model. Public void init model, model. This dot model equals model. Public void init view, delegate view. This dot view equals view. Public void init XML, session, options param options. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure .paros .plugin number get plugin view, com proof secure .paros .view. Public extension hook view get extension view. Return null. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure .paros .plugin number init menu. Public extension hook menu get extension menu. Return null. Public void start. Public void stop. Public void destroy. Public view delegate get view. Return view. Public model get model. Return model. Public void hook, extension hook extension hook. This dot extension hook equals extension hook. Number 53, extension auto update.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.auto update. Import java.awt.eventqueue. Import java.io.file. Import java.io.file output stream. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.lang.reflect.invocation target exception. Import java.utility.regex.matcher. Import java.utility.regex.pattern. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import javax.swing.joptionpane. Import org.apache.commons.client.http exception. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.constant. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook menu. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http sender. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http status code. Import org.paros proxy.paros.view.wait message dialog. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension auto update extends extension adapter. Private jmenutum kek update equals null. Private extension hook menu extension menu equals null. Private static final string sf_paros_files equals http sourceforge.net project show files.php, group_id equals 84378. Private http sender equals null. Private patternOst version equals pattern.compile. http pair downloads //.sourceforge //.net /paros // d plus sign dot // d plus sign win // pattern.multiline. Private patternOst version Windows equals pattern.compile, paros, // d plus sign, // dot, \d plus sign, dot, \d plus sign, win dot dat, pattern dot multiline. Private pattern patternlist version Linux equals pattern dot compile, private boolean manual kek started equals false. Private final string header equals post http pair downloads.sourceforge.netreader.php http 1.1/r/n plus host pair downloads.sourceforge.net/r/n plus user agent Mozilla 4.0 compatible MSIE 6.0 Windows NT 5.0/r/n plus pragma no cache /r/n plus content type applications www formerling coded /r/n plus /r/n private string get body string mirror string file name string body equals mirror plus end path equals paros plus file name return body private wait message dialog wait dialog equals null private string mirror list equals Kent, Hnet, Puzzle, NCHC. Optisnet, JST, OSTN. Public extension auto update. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension auto update. This method initializes menutum encoder. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menutum kek update. If menutum kek update equals null. Menutum kek update equals new jmenutum. Menutum kek update dot set text, check for updates. If constant dot is Windows, and constant dot is Linux. Menutum kek update dot set enabled, false. Menutum kek update dot add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Thread t equals new thread, new runnable. Public void run. Manual kek started equals true. Newest version name equals get newest version name. If wait dialog equals null. Wait dialog dot hide. Wait dialog equals null. Event queue dot invoke later, new runnable. Public void run. If newest version name equals null. Get view dot show message dialog, there is no new update available. Paros may periodically check for update. Else if newest version name dot equals get view dot show warning dialog, error encountered. Please check manually for new updates. Else int result equals get view dot show confirm dialog, there is a newer version of Paros, plus newest version name dot replace all, // dot dat, plus / n proceed to download. If result equals jobtion pane dot ok underscore option. Wait dialog equals get view dot get wait a message dialog, download in progress. Thread T equals new thread, new runnable. Public void run. Extension auto update dot this dot download, false. T dot start. Wait dialog dot show. Wait dialog equals get view dot get wait a message dialog, checking if newer version exists. T dot start. Wait dialog dot show. Return minutum kek update. Public void start. If constant dot is Windows. Return. Check 1 in 30 cases to avoid too frequent check. If get random 30 equals 1. Return. Thread T equals new thread, new runnable. Public void run. newest version name equals get newest version name. If newest version name equals null newest version name dot length equals 0. Return. Else extension auto update dot this dot download true. T dot start public void hook extension hook super dot hook extension hook. If get view equals null extension hook dot gethook menu dot add tools menu item get minutum kek update. Public void download, final boolean silent. If newest version name equals null. Return. HTTP message equals new HTTP message. Try. Message request header. Message request body, get body, mirror list get random, mirror list dot length, newest version name. Get sender, dot send and receive, message true. If message get response header, dot get status code, equals http status code dot ok. Throw new IO exception. If silent end manual kek started. Return. File equals null. If constant dot is Windows. File equals new file, parosnua.exe. Else if constant dot is Linux. File equals new file, parosnua.zip. File output stream os equals new file output stream, file. os.write, message get response body, dot get bytes. os.close. Try. Final file update file equals file. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. If wait dialog equals null. Wait dialog.hide. If silent, string s equals a newer version has been downloaded. It will be installed the / next time paros is started. If constant. Is Linux. S equals s plus note, use start server.sh to run paros. Get view, show message dialog, s. Else. String s equals a newer version is available. Install the new version / next time paros is started. If constant. Is Linux. S equals s plus note, use start server.sh to run paros. Int result equals get view, show confirm dialog, s. If result equals joption pane. OK underscore option. Update file. Delete. Catch, exception e. Catch, IO exception e. Try. Event q.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. If wait dialog equals null. Wait dialog. Hide. If silent. Get view, show warning dialog, error encountered. Please download new updates manually. Catch, exception e1. If wait dialog equals null. Wait dialog. Hide. Finally, http sender. Shutdown. http sender equals null. Private string get newest version name. String new version name equals null. http message equals null. String res body equals null. Try. Message equals new http message, new URI, sf_paros_files, true. Get sender, send and receive, message true. If message get response a header, get status code, equals http status code. OK. Throw new IO exception. Res body equals message get response body, toString. Matcher equals null. If constant. Is Windows. matcher equals patternlist version windows.matcher, resbody. Else. Matcher equals patternlist version linux.matcher, resbody. If, matcher.find. Int var underscore major equals integer.parseInt, matcher.group, 1. Int var underscore minor equals integer.parseInt, matcher.group, 2. Int var underscore release equals integer.parseInt, matcher.group, 3. Long version equals 10 million var underscore major plus 10,000 var underscore minor plus var underscore release. If, version constant dot version underscore tag. New version name equals matcher.group, 0. Catch, exception e. New version name equals. Finally. HTTP sender dot shutdown. HTTP sender equals null. Return new version name. Private HTTP sender get sender. If, HTTP sender equals null. HTTP sender equals new HTTP sender, get model, dot get options param, dot get connection param, true. Return HTTP sender. Private int get random, int max. Int result equals, int, max math dot random. Return result. Number 54, extension edit.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.edit. Import javax.swing.jframe. Import javax.swing.jminutum. Import javax.swing.text.jtext component. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook view. Import org.paros proxy.paros.view.find dialog. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension edit extends extension adapter. Private find dialog equals null. Private jminutum menu find equals null. Private pop-up find menu equals null. Public extension edit. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension edit, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension edit. Public void hook, extension hook, extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook dot gethook menu dot add edit menu item get menifend. Extension hook dot gethook menu dot add pop up menutum get pop up menifend. Private void show find dialog j frame j text component last invoker. If find dialog equals null, find dialog dot get parent equals frame. Find dialog equals new, find dialog frame false. Find dialog dot set last invoker last invoker. Find dialog dot set visible true. This method initializes menu find. At return javax dot swing dot jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menifend. If menu find equals null. Menu find equals new jmenutum. Menu find dot set text find. Menu find dot set accelerator javax dot swing dot keystroke dot gettystroke java.awt.event.kevent.vk_f java.awt.event.control_mask false. Menu find dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed java.awt.event.action event e. Show find dialog get view dot get main frame null. Return menu find. This method initializes pop-up menu. At return org.parosproxy.paros.extension pop-up menu. Private pop-up find menu get pop-up menu. If pop-up find menu equals null. Pop-up find menu equals new pop-up find menu. Pop-up find menu dot set text find. Pop-up find menu dot add action listener new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed java.awt.event.action event e. Show find dialog. Pop-up find menu dot get parent frame. Pop-up find menu dot get last invoker. Return pop-up find menu. Number 55, extension encoder.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.extension.encoder. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension hook menu. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension encoder extends extension adapter. Private encoder dialog equals null, at javdicl index equals 0 visual constraint equals 63,19. Private jmenutum encoder equals null. Private extension hook menu extension menu equals null. Public extension encoder. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension encoder. This method initializes encoder dialog. At return com proof secure.paros.extension.encoder dialog. Private encoder dialog getter encoder dialog. If encoder dialog equals null. Encoder dialog equals new encoder dialog, get view, get mainframe, false. Encoder dialog set view, get view. Encoder dialog set size, 480, 360. Return encoder dialog. This method initializes menutum encoder. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menutum encoder. If menutum encoder equals null. Menutum encoder equals new jmenutum. Menutum encoder set text, encoder hash. Menutum encoder add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Getter encoder dialog, set visible, true. Return menutum encoder. Public void hook, extension hook. Super.hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook.getHook menu, add tools menu item, get menutum encoder. Number 56, extension filter.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.extension.filter. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.proxy.proxy listener. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.view delegate. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension filter extends extension adapter implements proxy listener, runnable. Private jmenutum menutools filter equals null. Private filter factory equals new filter factory. Private boolean is stop equals false. Public extension filter. Super. Public void init. Filter factory .loadal filter. Filter equals null. 4. Int I equals 0, I filter factory .getl filter, .size, I++. Filter equals, filter factory .getl filter, .get, I. Try. Filter.init. Catch, exception e. Thread t equals new thread, this. T.setDaemon, true. T.start. Public void init view, view delegate view. Super.init view, view. Filter equals null. 4. Int I equals 0, I filter factory .getl filter, .size, I++. Filter equals, filter factory .getl filter, .get, I. Try. Filter.init view, view. Catch, exception e. This method initializes menutools filter. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menutools filter. If menutools filter equals null. Menutools filter equals new jmenutum. Menutools filter .set text, filter. Menutools filter .add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Filter dialog equals new filter dialog, get view, .get mainframe. Dialog.settle filters, filter factory.getl filter. Dialog.show dialog, false. Return menutools filter. Public void hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook dot get hook menu dot add tools menu item get menu tools filter. Extension hook dot add proxy listener this non-javadoc at ccomproof secure dot paros dot core dot proxy listener number on prequest send comproof secure dot paros dot network dot http message public void on prequest send http message filter equals null. 4 int I equals 0 I filter factory dot getl filter dot size I plus filter equals filter factory dot getl filter dot get I try if filter dot is enabled filter dot on prequest send http message. Catch, exception E. Non-javadoc. At ccomproof secure dot paros dot core dot proxy listener number on pre-sponsor receive, comproof secure dot paros dot network dot http message. Public void on pre-sponsor receive, http message. Filter equals null. 4 int I equals 0 I filter factory dot getl filter dot size I plus filter equals filter factory dot getl filter dot get I try if filter dot is enabled filter dot on pre-sponsor receive http message. Catch, exception E. Destroy every filter during extension destroy. Public void destroy. Is stop equals true. Filter equals null. 4 int I equals 0 I filter factory dot getl filter dot size I plus filter equals filter factory dot getl filter dot get I try filter dot destroy. Catch, exception E. Public void run. filter equals null. While is stop. Try. Thread.sleep, 5000. Catch, interrupted exception E1. 4, int I equals 0, I filter factory.getL filter, dot size, I++. Filter equals, filter factory.getL filter, dot get, I. Try. If, filter.is enabled. Filter.timer. Catch, exception E. Number 57, extension history.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history. Import java.awt.eventqueue. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import java.utility-list. Import java.utility-regex.matcher. Import java.utility-regex.pattern. Import javax.swing.j checkbox minutum. Import javax.swing.joption Import org.paros proxy.paros.control.control. Import org.paros proxy.paros.control.proxy. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.proxy.cache processing item. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook view. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.session changed listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history list. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http header. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http request header. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension history extends extension adapter implements session changed listener. Private static final int filter underscore none equals 0. Private static final int filter underscore request equals 1. Private static final int filter underscore response equals 2. Private log panel equals null, at javedict index equals 0 visual constraint equals 161,134. Private proxy listener log proxy listener equals null. Private history list equals null. Private string filter equals. Private embedded browser equals null. Private static browser dialog equals null. Private history filter dialog equals null. Private j checkbox minutum menu filterister request equals null. At javdicl index equals 0 visual constraint equals 68,100. Private j checkbox minutum menu filterister response equals null. Private instate filter equals filter underscore none. Private pop-up menu delete history pop-up menu delete history equals null. Private pop-up menu purge history pop-up menu purge history equals null. Private pop-up menu resend equals null. Private manual request editor resend dialog equals null. Private pop-up menu export pop-up menu export a message equals null. Private pop-up menu export a message 2 equals null. Private pop-up menu export response pop-up menu export response equals null. Private pop-up menu export response 2 equals null. Private pop-up menu embedded browser pop-up menu emitted browser equals null. Private pop-up menu embedded browser pop-up menu emitted browser 2 equals null. Private pop-up menu tag equals null. Public extension history. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension history, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This .set name, extension history. This method initializes log panel. At return proof secure.paros.extension.history.log panel. Log panel get log panel. If log panel equals null. Log panel equals new log panel. Log panel.set name, history. Log panel.set extension, this. Return log panel. Public void hook, extension hook, extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. Extension hook dot add session listener, this. Extension hook dot add proxa listener, get proxa listener log. If get view equals null. Extension hook view PV equals extension hook dot get hook view. PV dot add status panel, get log panel. PV dot add work panel, get request panel. PV dot add work panel, get response panel. Get log panel, dot set display panel, get view, dot get request panel, get view, dot get response panel. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add view menudum, get pop-up menu emitted browser 2. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add view menudum, extension hook dot get hook menu, dot get menu separator. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add view menudum, get menu filterister request. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add view menudum, get menu filterister response. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu resend. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu tag. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu emitted browser. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu export a message. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu export response. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu data history. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add pop-up menudum, get pop-up menu per history. Same as pop-up menu export but for file menu. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add vali menudum, get pop-up menu export a message to. Extension hook dot get hook menu, dot add vali menudum, get pop-up menu export response to. If isnable for native app platform. Preload for faster loading. Get browser dialog. Public void session changed, final session. If event queue.is dispatch thread. Session change at event handler, session. Else. Try. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. Session change at event handler, session. Catch, exception E. Private void session change at event handler, session. Get history list. Clear. Get log panel. Get list log. Set model. Get history list. Get view. Get request panel. Set message. True. Get view. Get response panel. Set message. False. Try. List equals get model. Get db. Gettable history. Get history list. Session. Get sessioned. History reference. Type _ manual. Build history. Get history list. List. Catch. SQL exception E. Private proxy listener log. Get proxy listener log. If proxy listener equals null. Proxy listener equals new proxy listener log. Get model. Get view. Get history list. Return proxy listener. Public history list. Get history list. If history list equals null. History list equals new history list. Return history list. Private void search history. String filter. Boolean is request. Session equals get model. Get session. Synchronized. History list. Try. List equals get model. Get db. Gettable history. Get history list. Session. Get sessioned. History reference. Type _ manual. Filter. Is request. Build history. Get history list. List. Catch. SQL exception E. Private void build history. History list. List db list. History reference. History ref equals null. Synchronized. History list. History list. Clear. 4. Int I equals 0. IDB list. Size. I++. Int history ID equals integer. DB list. Get. I. Int value. Try. History ref equals new history reference. History ID. History list. Add element. History ref. Catch. Exception E. This method initializes filter dialog. At return proof secure.paros.extension.history.search dialog. Private history filter dialog get filter dialog. If filter dialog equals null. Filter dialog equals new history filter dialog, get view, get mainframe, true. Return filter dialog. This method initializes menufilterister request. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private j checkbox menutum get menufilterister request. If menufilterister request equals null. Menufilterister request equals new j checkbox menutum. Menufilterister request.set text, filter history by request. Menufilterister request.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Int result equals show filter dialog, true. Switch, result. Case -1, menufilterister request.set selected, false. Menufilterister response.set selected, false. State filter equals filter underscore none. Break. Case 0, menufilterister request.set selected, false. Menufilterister response.set selected, false. If state filter equals filter underscore request. Menufilterister request.set selected, true. Else if state filter equals filter underscore response. Menufilterister response.set selected, true. Break. Case 1, menufilterister request.set selected, true. Menufilterister response.set selected, false. State filter equals filter underscore request. Break. Return menufilterister request. Private int show filter dialog, boolean is request. History filter dialog equals get filter dialog. Dialog.set modal, true. Int exit equals dialog.show dialog. Int result equals 0, cancel, state unchanged. If exit equals jobtion pane.ok underscore option. Filter equals dialog.get pattern. Get proxy listener log, set filter, filter. Search history, filter, is request. Result equals 1, applied. Else if, exit equals jobtion pane.no underscore option. Filter equals. Get proxy listener log. Set filter, filter. Search history, filter, is request. Result equals -1, reset. Return result. This method initializes menufilterister rebuy response. At return javax.swing.jminutum. Private j checkbox minutum get menufilterister rebuy response. If menufilterister rebuy response equals null. Menufilterister rebuy response equals new j checkbox minutum. Menufilterister rebuy response set text, filter history by response. Menufilterister rebuy response add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Int result equals show filter dialog, false. Switch, result. Case -1, menufilterister rebuy request set selected, false. Menufilterister rebuy response set selected, false. State filter equals filter underscore none. Break. Case 0, menufilterister rebuy request set selected, false. Menufilterister rebuy response set selected, false. If state filter equals filter underscore request. Menufilterister rebuy request set selected, true. Else if state filter equals filter underscore response. Menufilterister rebuy response set selected, true. Break. Case 1, menufilterister rebuy request set selected, false. Menufilterister rebuy response set selected, true. State filter equals filter underscore response. Break. Return menufilterister rebuy response. This method initializes pop-up menu data history. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu delete history. Private pop-up menu delete history get pop-up menu data history. If pop-up menu data history equals null. Pop-up menu data history equals new pop-up menu delete history. Pop-up menu data history set extension, this. Return pop-up menu data history. This method initializes pop-up menu purge history. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu purge history. Private pop-up menu purge history get pop-up menu purge history. If pop-up menu per history equals null. Pop-up menu per history equals new pop-up menu purge history. Pop-up menu per history dot set extension this. Return pop-up menu per history. This method initializes pop-up menu resend. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu resend. Private pop-up menu resend get pop-up menu resend. If pop-up menu resend equals null. Pop-up menu resend equals new pop-up menu resend. Pop-up menu resend dot set extension this. Return pop-up menu resend. This method initializes resend dialog. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.resend dialog. Manual request editor dialog getresend dialog. If resend dialog equals null. Resend dialog equals new manual request editor dialog, get view, get mainframe, false, this. Resend dialog set size, 500, 600. Resend dialog set title, resend. Return resend dialog. This method initializes pop-up menu export. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu export. Private pop-up menu export message get pop-up menu export a message. If pop-up menu export a message equals null. Pop-up menu export a message equals new pop-up menu export message. Pop-up menu export a message dot set extension this. Return pop-up menu export a message. This method initializes pop-up menu export 1. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu export. Private pop-up menu export message get pop-up menu export a message 2. If pop-up menu export a message 2 equals null. Pop-up menu export a message 2 equals new pop-up menu export message. Pop-up menu export a message 2 dot set extension this. Return pop-up menu export a message 2. This method initializes pop-up menu export response. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu export response. Private pop-up menu export response. Get pop-up menu export response. If pop-up menu export response equals null. Pop-up menu export response equals new pop-up menu export response. Pop-up menu export response. Set extension, this. Return pop-up menu export response. This method initializes pop-up menu export response to at return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu export response. Private pop-up menu export response. Get pop-up menu export response to if pop-up menu export response to equals null. Pop-up menu export response to equals new pop-up menu export response. Pop-up menu export response to set extension, this. Return pop-up menu export response to. This method initializes pop-up menu emitted browser. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu embedded browser. Private pop-up menu embedded browser. Get pop-up menu emitted browser. If pop-up menu emitted browser equals null. Pop-up menu emitted browser equals new pop-up menu embedded browser. Pop-up menu emitted browser. Set extension, this. Return pop-up menu emitted browser. This method initializes pop-up menu emitted browser to at return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.popup menu embedded browser. Private pop-up menu embedded browser. Get pop-up menu emitted browser to if pop-up menu emitted browser 2 equals null. Pop-up menu emitted browser 2 equals new pop-up menu embedded browser. Pop-up menu emitted browser 2. Set extension, this. Return pop-up menu emitted browser 2. Private pop-up menu tag. Get pop-up menu tag. If pop-up menu tag equals null. Pop-up menu tag equals new pop-up menu tag. Pop-up menu tag. Set extension, this. Return pop-up menu tag. Boolean browser display, history reference ref, HTTP message. Boolean is show equals false. String content type equals message get response header, dot get header, http header dot content underscore type. If content type equals null. If content type dot index of text.ml equals 0, content type dot index of text plain equals 0. Is show equals true. Else if message get response header dot is image is show equals true. Else if content type dot index of application equals 0. Is show equals true. If is show. Return is show. Try. If get browser dialog dot is visible. Get browser dialog dot set visible true. Browser equals get browser dialog dot get empted browser. Browser.stop. Browser.set visible, true. Cache processing item equals new cache processing item, ref, message. Proxy equals control.get singleton.get proxy. Proxy.seasonable kep processing, true. Proxy.add cache processing list, item. Get browser dialog.ctrl message get request header, .get URI, .toString. If message get request header, .get method, .equal signer recase, http request header .post. Browser.set URL, new java.net .url, message get request header, .get URI, .toString, message get request body, .toString. Else. Browser.set URL, new java.net .url, message get request header, .get URI, .toString. Catch, exception E. Return is show. This method initializes browser dialog. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.browser dialog. Browser dialog get browser dialog. If browser dialog equals null. Browser dialog equals new browser dialog, get view, .get mainframe, false. Return browser dialog. Private static pattern windows equals pattern.compile, window, pattern.case underscore insensitive. Private static pattern Linux equals pattern.compile, Linux, pattern.case underscore insensitive. Static boolean isnable formative a platform. String os underscore name equals system.get property, os.name. Matcher equals pattern windows.matcher, os underscore name. If matcher.find. Return true. Return false. Number 58, extension hook.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.utility vector. Import org.paros proxy.paros.common.abstract param. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.proxy.proxy listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.model. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension hook. Private extension hook menu equals new extension hook menu. Private extension hook view equals new extension hook view. Private model equals null. Private vector options listener list equals new vector. Private vector proxy listener list equals new vector. Private vector session listener list equals new vector. Private vector options param set list equals new vector. Private view delegate view equals null. Private command line argument arg equals new command line argument 0. Public extension hook, model, view delegate view. This dot view equals view. This dot model equals model. Public void add options changed listener, options changed listener. Options listener list dot add, listener. Public void add options param set, abstract param set. Options param set list dot add, param set. Public void add proxy listener listener. Proxy listener list dot add, listener. Public void add session listener, session changed listener. Session listener list dot add, listener. Public void add command line argument arg. This dot arg equals arg. At return returns the hook menu. Public extension hook menu Gethuk menu. Return hook menu. At return returns the hook view. Public extension hook view Gethuk view. Return hook view. At return returns the model. Public model get model. Return model. At return returns the options listener list. Public vector get options changed listener list. Return options listener list. Public vector get options param set list. Return options param set list. At return returns the proxy listener list. Public vector get proxy listener list. Return proxy listener list. At return returns the session listener list. Public vector get session listener list. Return session listener list. At return returns the view. Public view delegate get view. Return view. Public command line argument get command line argument. Return arg. Number 59, extension hook menu.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.jmenu. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension hook menu. Public static final jmenutum menu underscore separator equals new jmenutum. Public static final extension pop-up menu pop-up underscore menu underscore separator equals new extension pop-up menu. Private vector numenulist equals new vector. Private vector fill menutum list equals new vector. Private vector edit menu item list equals new vector. Private vector view menutum list equals new vector. Private vector analyze menutum list equals new vector. Private vector tools menu item list equals new vector. Private vector pop-up menu list equals new vector. List get new menus. Return new menu list. List get file. Return fill menutum list. List get edit. Return edit menu item list. List get view. Return view menutum list. List get analyze. Return analyze menutum list. List get tools. Return tools menu item list. Get the plugin pop-up menu used for the whole workbench. At return. List get pop-up menus. Return pop-up menu list. Public void add vali menutum, jmenutum menu item. Get file, .add, menu item. Public void add edit menu item, jmenutum menu item. Get edit, .add, menu item. Public void add view menutum, jmenutum menu item. Get view, add, menu item. Public void add analyze menudum, j menudum menu item. Get analyze, add, menu item. Public void add tools menu item, j menudum menu item. Get tools, add, menu item. Public void add new menu, j menu. Get new menus, add, menu. Add a pop-up menu item used for the whole workbench. Conditions can be set in plugin menu. When the pop-up menu can be used. At param menu item. Public void add pop-up menudum, extension pop-up menu item. Get pop-up menus, add, menu item. Public j menudum get menu separator. Return menu _ separator. Public extension pop-up menu get pop-up menu separator. Return pop-up _ menu _ separator. Number 60, extension hook view.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import org.paros proxy.paros.view.abstract param panel. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension hook view. Private vector work panelist equals new vector. Private vector status panelist equals new vector. Private vector select panelist equals new vector. Private vector session panelist equals new vector. Private vector option panelist equals new vector. Public extension hook view. Public void add work panel, abstract panel. Work panelist.add, panel. Public void add select panel, abstract panel. Select panelist.add, panel. Public void add status panel, abstract panel. Status panelist.add, panel. Public void add session panel, abstract panel. Session panelist.add, panel. Public void add option panel, abstract param panel. Option panelist.add, panel. List get work panel. Return work panelist. List get select panel. Return select panelist. List get status panel. Return status panelist. List get session panel. Return session panelist. List get options panel. Return option panelist. Number 61, extension loader.java. Packageorg.parosproxy.paros.extension. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.jmenu. Import javax.swing.jmenubar. Import javax.swing.jmenudum. Import org.parosproxy.paros.command line. Import org.parosproxy.paros.common.abstract_param. Import org.parosproxy.paros.control.proxy. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.proxy.proxy listener. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.model. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.options_param. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.session. Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.abstract_param dialog. Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.abstract_param panel. Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.tabbed panel. Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.view. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension loader. Private vector extension list equals new vector. Private vector hook list equals new vector. Private model equals null. Private view equals null. Public extension loader, model, view. This dot model equals model. This dot view equals view. Public void add extension, extension. Extension list.add, extension. Public void destroy extension. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Get extension, I, dot destroy. Public extension get extension, int I. Return, extension list.get, I. Public extension get extension, string name. If, name equals null. Return null. 4. Int I equals 0, I extension list.size, I++. Extension p equals get extension, I. If, p.getName, dot equal signer case, name. Return p. Return null. Public int get extension count. Return extension list.size. Public void hook proxy listener, proxy. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Extension hook equals, extension hook list.get, I. List listener list equals hook.get proxy listener list. 4. Int j equals 0, j listener list.size, j++. Try. Proxy listener equals, proxy listener list.get, j. If, listener, equals null. Proxy.add proxy listener. Catch, exception E. Public void options Gangstel plugin, options param options. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Extension hook equals, extension hook list.get, I. List listener list equals hook.get options Ganged listener list. 4. Int j equals 0, j listener list.size, j++. Try. Options changed listener equals, options changed listener list.get, j. If, listener, equals null. Listener.option changed, options. Catch, exception E. Public void run command line. Extension hook equals null. Extension ext equals null. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Ext equals get extension, I. Hook equals, extension hook list.get, I. If, ext instancy of command line listener. Command line listener equals, command line listener, ext. Listener.execute, hook.get command line argument. Public void session change eval plugin, session. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Extension hook equals, extension hook list.get, I. List listener list equals hook.get session listener list. 4. Int j equals 0, j listener list.size, j++. Try. Session changed listener equals, session changed listener list.get, j. If, listener, equals null. Listener.session changed, session. Catch, exception E. Public void startle extension. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Get extension, I, start. Public void start life cycle. Initial extension. Init module extension, model. Initsimlal extension, model.getSysCyan, model.getOptionSparam. Init extension, view. Hookle extension. Startle extension. Public void stopple extension. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Get extension, I, dot stop. Private void add param panel, list panelist, abstract param dialog. Abstract param panel equals null. String root equals 4, int I equals 0, I panelist dot size, I++. Try. Panel equals, abstract param panel, panelist dot get, I. Dialog.add param panel, root, panel. Catch, exception E. Private void add tab panel, list panelist, tabbed panel tab. Abstract panel equals null. 4, int I equals 0, I panelist dot size, I++. Try. Panel equals, abstract panel, panelist dot get, I. Tab dot add, panel, panel dot get name. Catch, exception E. Private void hookle extension. Extension hook ext hook equals null. 4, int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Ext hook equals new extension hook, model, view. Get extension, I, dot hook, ext hook. Hook list dot add, ext hook. If, view, equals null. No need to hook view if no GUI. Hook view, ext hook. Hook menu, view, ext hook. Hook options, ext hook. If, view, equals null. View.getMainFrame.getMain menu bar, .validate. View.getMainFrame.validate. Hook command line listener with the command line processor. At param cmd line. Public void who command line a listener, command line cmd line, throws exception. Vector al command line a list equals new vector. 4. Int I equals 0, I hook list dot size, I plus plus. Extension hook equals, extension hook list dot get, I. Command line argument arg equals hook dot get command line argument. If, arg dot length 0. Al command line a list dot add, arg. cmd line dot parse, al command line a list. Private void hook menu, view, extension hook. If, view equals null. Return. If, hook.getHook menu, equals null. Return. Extension hook menu equals hook.getHook menu. Init menus. List equals null. Jmenuitem equals null. Jmenu equals null. Jmenu file equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar.getMenu file. Jmenu edit equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar.getMenudit. Jmenu view equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar.getMenuView. Jmenu analyze equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar.getMenuAnalyze. Jmenu tools equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar.getMenuTools. Process new menus. Jmenubar equals view.getMainFrame.getMain menubar. List equals hook menu.getNew menus. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I plus plus. Menu equals, jmenu, list.get, I. Bar.add, menu, bar.getMenAccount, 2 menus at the back, tool shelf. Process menu, file. List equals hook menu.get file. Int existing count equals 2. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I plus plus. Item equals, jmenuitem, list.get, I. If, item equals null, continue. If, item equals extension hook menu underscore separator. Menu file.add separator. Continue. Menu file.add, item, menu file.getItem count, existing count. Process menu, tools. List equals hook menu.get tools. Existing count equals 2. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I++. Item equals, jminutum, list.get, I. If, item equals null, continue. If, item equals extension hook menu underscore separator. Menu tools.add separator. Continue. Menu tools.add, item, menu tools.getItem count, existing count. Process edit menu. List equals hook menu.get edit. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I++. Item equals, jminutum, list.get, I. If, item equals null, continue. If, item equals extension hook menu underscore separator. Menu edit.add separator. Continue. Menu edit.add, item, menu edit.getItem count. Process view menu. List equals hook menu.get view. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I++. Item equals, jminutum, list.get, I. If, item equals null, continue. If, item equals extension hook menu underscore separator. Menu view.add separator. Continue. Menu view.add, item, menu view.getItem count. Process analyze menu. List equals hook menu.get analyze. 4. Int I equals 0, I list.size, I++. Item equals, jminutum, list.get, I. If, item equals null, continue. If, item equals extension hook menu underscore separator. Menu analyze.add separator. Continue. Menu analyze.add, item, menu analyze.getItem count. Process pop-up menus. list equals hook menu dot get pop-up menace. 4. Int I equals 0, I list dot size, I plus plus. Item equals, extension pop-up menu, list dot get, I. If, item equals null, continue. View dot get pop-up list, dot add, item. Private void hook options, extension hook. Vector list equals hook dot get options param set list. 4. Int I equals 0, I list dot size, I plus plus. Try. Abstract param set equals, abstract param, list dot get, I. Model dot get options param, dot add param set. Catch, exception E. Private void hook view, extension hook. If, view equals null. Return. Extension hook view pv equals hook dot get hook view. If, pv equals null. Return. Add tab panel, pv dot get select panel, view dot get workbench, dot get tabid select. Add tab panel, pv dot get work panel, view dot get workbench, dot get tabid work. Add tab panel, pv dot get status panel, view dot get workbench, dot get tabid status. Add param panel, pv dot get session panel, view dot get session dialog. Add param panel, pv dot get options panel, view dot get options dialog. Private void initial extension. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I plus plus. Get extension, I, dot init. Private void init model extension, model. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I plus plus. Get extension, I, dot init model. Private void init view extension, view. If view equals null, return. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Get extension, I, dot init view. Private void initsum extension, session, options param options. 4. Int I equals 0, I get extension count, I++. Get extension, I, dot init xml, session, options. Number 62, extension manual request editor.java. Package.org.paros proxy.paros.extension.manual request. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook view. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.manual request editor dialog. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http header. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http request header. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension manual request editor extends extension adapter. Private manual request editor dialog manual request editor dialog equals null. Private jmenutum menu manual request editor equals null. Public extension manual request editor. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension manual request editor, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This .set name, extension manual request. Public void hook, extension hook. Super.hook, extension hook. If, get view, equals null. Extension hook view PV equals extension hook.getHook view. Extension hook.getHook menu, .add tools menu item, get menu manual request editor. This method initializes menu manual request. At return javax.swing.jmenudim. Private jmenudim get menu manual request editor. If, menu manual request editor equals null. Menu manual request editor equals new jmenudim. Menu manual request editor .set text, manual request editor. Menu manual request editor .add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Manual request editor dialog equals get manual request editor dialog. If, dialog.get request panel, .getst header, .get text, equals. HTTP message equals new HTTP message. Try. URI equals new URI, http www.any_domain_name.org path, true. Message request header, new HTTP request header, HTTP request header.get, URI, HTTP header.http10. Dialog.get request panel, .set message, true. Catch, exception E1. Dialog.set visible, true. Return menu manual request editor. This method initializes manual request editor dialog. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.resend dialog. Manual request editor dialog get manual request editor dialog. If, manual request editor dialog equals null. Manual request editor dialog equals new manual request editor dialog, get view, .get mainframe, false, true, this. Manual request editor dialog .set size, 500, 600. Manual request editor dialog .set title, manual request editor. Return manual request editor dialog. Number 63, extension option.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.option. Import javax.swing.j checkbox minutum. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook view. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension option extends extension adapter. Private J checkbox minutum menu view image equals null. Private options connection panel panel equals null. Private options authentication panel equals null. Private options certificate panel panel equals null. Private options local proxy panel equals null. Private options view panel equals null. Public extension option. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension option, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This set name, extension view option. Public void hook, extension hook. Super hook, extension hook. If, get view, equals null. Extension hook view PV equals extension hook.getHook view. Extension hook.getHook menu, add view menutum, get menu view image. Extension hook.getHook view, add option panel, get options connection panel. Extension hook.getHook view, add option panel, get options local proxy panel. Extension hook.getHook view, add option panel, get options authentication panel. Extension hook.getHook view, add option panel, get option certificate panel. Extension hook.getHook view, add option panel, get options view panel. This method initializes menu view image. At return javax.swing.j checkbox minutum. Private j checkbox minutum get menu view image. If menu view image equals null. Menu view image equals new j checkbox minutum. Menu view image dot set text, enable image in history. Menu view image dot add item listener, new java.awt.event.item listener. Public void item state changed, java.awt.event.item event e. Get model, get options param, get view param, set process images, get menu view image, get state, 1, 0. Return menu view image. This method initializes options connection panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view options connection panel. Private options connection panel get options connection panel. If options connection panel equals null. Options connection panel equals new options connection panel. Return options connection panel. This method initializes options authentication panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view options authentication panel. Private options authentication panel get options authentication panel. If options authentication panel equals null. Options authentication panel equals new options authentication panel. Return options authentication panel. This method initializes option certificate panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view options certificate panel. Private options certificate panel get option certificate panel. If option certificate panel equals null. Option certificate panel equals new options certificate panel. Return option certificate panel. This method initializes options local proxy panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view options local proxy panel. Private options local proxy panel get options local proxy panel. If options local proxy panel equals null. Options local proxy panel equals new options local proxy panel. Return options local proxy panel. This method initializes options view panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.view options view panel. Private options view panel get options view panel. If options view panel equals null. Options view panel equals new options view panel. Return options view panel. Number 64, extension pattern search.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.pattern search. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility regex.matcher. Import java.utility regex.pattern. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension hook menu. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history list. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http malformed header exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension pattern search extends extension adapter. Private jmenutum pattern search equals null. Private extension hook menu extension menu equals null. Private history list equals null. Private search dialog equals null. At javedical index equals 0 visual constraint equals 169,99. Public extension pattern search. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension search. This method initializes minutum encoder. At return javax.swing.jminutum. Private jminutum get minutum pattern search. If minutum pattern search equals null. Minutum pattern search equals new jminutum. Minutum pattern search dot set text, extract pattern in session. Minutum pattern search dot add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Get search dialog, dot set visible, true. Return minutum pattern search. Public void hook, extension hook. Super.hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook.getHook menu, add edit menu item, get minutum pattern search. This method initializes search dialog 1. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.pattern search dialog. Private search dialog get search dialog. If search dialog equals null. Search dialog equals new search dialog, get view, get mainframe, false. Search dialog set ext, this. Search dialog set view, get view. Search dialog set size, 640, 480. Return search dialog. Public history list get history list. If history list equals null. History list equals new history list. Return history list. Public string search, string filter, boolean is request. String result equals. Session equals get model, get syszion. Pattern equals pattern.compile, filter, pattern.multiline pattern.case underscore insensitive. Matcher equals null. Get history list. Synchronized, history list. Try. List equals get model, get db, gettable history, get history list, session.get sessioned, history reference type underscore manual, filter is request. int last equals list dot size. 4. Int index equals 0, index last, index plus plus. Int v equals, integer, list dot get, index, dot int value. Try. HTTP message equals get model, dot get db, dot gettable history, dot read, v, dot get p message. If, is request. Matcher equals pattern dot matcher, message dot get request header, dot tossed ring, plus message dot get request body, dot tossed ring. Else. Matcher equals pattern dot matcher, message dot get response header, dot tossed ring, plus message dot get response body, dot tossed ring. While, matcher dot find. If, result dot index of, matcher dot group, 0, equals 1. Result plus equals \r\n plus matcher dot group, 0. Catch, HTTP malformed header exception E1. E1.print stack trace. Catch, SQL exception E. Get view, dot get output panel, dot append, result. Return result. Number 65, extension pop-up menu dot java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.awt.component. Import javax.swing.jmenutem. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension pop-up menu extends jmenutem. Public extension pop-up menu. Super. Public extension pop-up menu, string label. Super, label. Public boolean isOnable for component invoker. Return true. Number 66, extension report.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.report. Import javax.swing.j menu. Import javax.swing.j menutum. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook menu. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.sitemap. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension report extends extension adapter implements command line listener. Private static final int arg underscore last underscore scan underscore report underscore idx equals 0. Private extension hook menu plugin menu equals null. Private sitemap site tree equals null. Private jmenu menu report equals null. Private jmenutum last scan report equals null. Private command line arguments equals new command line argument 1. Public extension report. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension report, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension report. Public void hook, extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. If, get view, equals null. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dotted new menu, get menu port. Extension hook dot add command line, get command line arguments. This method initializes menu report. At return javax.swing.jmenu. Private jmenu get menu report. If menu report equals null. Menu report equals new jmenu. Menu report.set text, report. Menu report.add, get minutum last scan report. Menu report.add separator. Return menu report. Non-javadoc. At ccom secure.paros.core.scanner listener number scanner progress, java.lang.string, secure.paros.network.http message, int. This method initializes minutum last scan report. At return javax.swing.jminutum. Private jminutum get minutum last scan report. If minutum last scan report equals null. Minutum last scan report equals new jminutum. Minutum last scan report.set text, last scan report. Minutum last scan report.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Report last scan report equals new report last scan. Report.generate, get view, get model. Return minutum last scan report. Non-javadoc. At corg.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line listener number execute, org.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Public void execute, command line argument args. If arguments arg underscore last underscore scan underscore report underscore idx.is enabled. Command line argument arg equals arguments arg underscore last underscore scan underscore report underscore idx. Report last scan report equals new report last scan. String file name equals string arg.get arguments .get 0. Try. Report.generate file name get model. System.out.println last scan report generated at plus file name. Catch exception e. Else. Return. Private command line argument get command line arguments. Arguments arc underscore last underscore scan underscore report underscore idx equals new command line argument, last underscore scan underscore report, 1, null, last underscore scan underscore report file underscore path, generate last scan report into the file underscore path provided. Return arguments. Number 67, extension scanner.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import java.awt.eventqueue. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.jmenu. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import javax.swing.jobtionpane. Import javax.swing.jtree. Import javax.swing.tree.default mutable tree node. Import javax.swing.tree.default tree model. Import javax.swing.tree.mutable tree node. Import org.apache.commons.configuration exception. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.alert. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.host process. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.scanner. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.scanner listener. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.scanner param. Import org.parosproxy.paros.db.record alert. Import org.parosproxy.paros.db.record-scan. Import org.parosproxy.paros.db.table alert. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line listener. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.extension hook menu. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.session changed listener. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.history.manual request editor dialog. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.session. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.sitemap. Import org.parosproxy.paros.model.sitenode. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http malformed header exception. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension scanner extends extension adapter implements scanner listener, session changed listener, command line listener. Private static final int arg underscore scan underscore idx equals 0. Private jmenutum scanl equals null. Private extension hook menu plugin menu equals null. Private scanner equals null. Private sitemap site tree equals null. Private site node start node equals null. Private alert tree model tree alert equals null. Private JMenu scanner equals null. Private JMenutum policy equals null. Private progress dialog equals null. At JVDICL index equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Private JMenutum scan equals null. Private alert panel equals null. At JVDICL index equals 0 visual constraint equals 61,102. Private record scan equals null. Private manual request editor request editor dialog equals null. Private pop-up menu resend equals null. Private options scanner panel equals null. Private scanner param equals null. At JVDICL index equals 0. Private command line arguments equals new command line argument 1. Private long start time equals 0. Private pop-up menu scan history equals null. Public extension scanner. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension scanner, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension scanner. This method initializes menutum scanl. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menutum scanl. If menutum scanl equals null. Menutum scanl equals new jmenutum. Menutum scanl.set text, scan all. Menutum scanl.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Menutum scan.set enabled, false. Menutum scanl.set enabled, false. Get alert panel, .setup focus. Starts scan. Return minudum scanal. Public void hook, extension hook, extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dotted new menu, get menu scanner. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dotted analyze minudum, get minudum scanal. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dotted analyze minudum, get minudum scan. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dotted analyze minudum, get minudum policy. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dot add pop-up minudum, get pop-up menu resend. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dot add pop-up minudum, get pop-up menu scan history. Extension hook dot gethook view, dot add status panel, get alert panel. Extension hook dot gethook view, dot add option panel, get options scanner panel. Extension hook dot add session listener, this. Extension hook dot add options param set, get scanner param. Extension hook dot add command line, get command line arguments. Void start scan. Site tree equals get model, dot get scion, dot get site tree. If start node equals null. Start node equals site node, site tree dot get root. Start scan, start node. Void start scan, site node start node. Scanner equals new scanner, get scanner param, get model, dot get options param, dot get connection param. Scanner dot add scanner listener, this. If get view equals null. Get progress dialog, dot set visible, true. Get progress dialog, dot set plugin scanner, this. Minudum scanal dot set enabled, false. Minudum scan dot set enabled, false. Get minudum policy, dot set enabled, false. Get pop-up menu scan history, dot set enabled, false. Get alert panel, dot set up focus. Try. Record scan equals get model, dot get db, dot gettable scan, dot insert, get model, dot get scion, dot get sessioned, get model, dot get scion, dot get session name. Catch, SQL exception e dot print stack trace. Start time equals system dot current to me millis. Scanner dot start, start node. At return returns the start node. Public site node get start node. Return start node. This method initializes menu scanner. At return javax.swing.jmenu. Private jmenu get menu scanner. If menu scanner equals null. Menu scanner equals new jmenu. Menu scanner dot set text scanner. Menu scanner.add, get menudum scannel. Menu scanner.add, get menudum scan. Menu scanner.add separator. Menu scanner.add, get menudum policy. Return menu scanner. Public void scanner complete. Try. Thread.sleep, 1000. Catch, exception e. Final long scan time equals system.current to me millis, start time. If get view equals null. Get menudum scannel dot set enabled true. Get menudum scan dot set enabled true. Get menudum policy dot set enabled true. Pop-up menu scan history dot set enabled true. If get view equals null and progress dialog equals null. If event queue.is dispatch thread. Progress dialog.dispose. Progress dialog equals null. Get view show message dialog. Scanning completed in plus scan time 1000 plus s. The result can be obtained from report last scan result. Return. Try. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. Progress dialog.dispose. Progress dialog equals null. Get view show message dialog. Scanning completed in plus scan time 1000 plus s. The result can be obtained from report last scan result. Catch, exception e. This method initializes menutum policy. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menutum policy. If menutum policy equals null. Menutum policy equals new jmenutum. Menutum policy.set text, scan policy. Menutum policy.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Policy dialog equals new policy dialog, get view, get mainframe. Dialog.init param, get model, get options param. Int result equals dialog.show dialog, false. If result equals jobtion pane.ok underscore option. Try. Get model, get options param, get config, save. Catch, configuration exception CE. CE.print stack trace. Get view, show warning dialog, error saving policy. Return. Return menutum policy. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner listener number scanner progress, java.lang.string, com proof secure.paros.network.http message, int. Public void host progress, string host and port, string message, int percentage. If get view equals null. Get progress dialog, update host progress, host and port, message, percentage. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner listener number host complete, java.lang.string. Public void host complete, string host and port. If get view equals null. Get progress dialog, remove host progress, host and port. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner listener number host newscan, java.lang.string. Public void host newscan, string host and port, host process host thread. If get view equals null. Get progress dialog, add host progress, host and port, host thread. Public void alert found, alert alert. Try. Righty alert odd, alert. Add alert to display, alert. Catch, exception E. Private void add alert to display, alert alert. Tree alert. Add path, alert. If, get view, equals null. Get alert panel, expand route. This method initializes progress dialog. At return com proof secure. Paros. Extension. Scanner. Progress dialog. Private progress dialog. Get progress dialog. If, progress dialog equals null. Progress dialog equals new progress dialog, get view, get mainframe, false. Progress dialog. Set size, 500, 460. Return progress dialog. At return returns the scanner. Public scanner get scanner. Return scanner. This method initializes menudumscan. At return javax.swing.jmenudum. Private jmenudum get menudumscan. If, menudumscan equals null. Menudumscan equals new jmenudum. Menudumscan.set text, scan. Menudumscan.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. jtree site tree equals get view, get site tree panel, get tree site. Site node equals, site node, site tree. Get last selected path component. If, node equals null. Get view, show warning dialog, please select a site folder URL in sites panel. Return. Menudumscan.set enabled, false. Menudumscanal.set enabled, false. Start scan, node. Return menudomscan. This method initializes alert panel. At return proof secure.paros.extension.scanner.alert panel. Alert panel get alert panel. If alert panel equals null. Alert panel equals new alert panel. Alert panel dot set view, get view. Alert panel dot set size 345 122. Alert panel dot get tree alert dot set model, get tree model. Return alert panel. Private default tree model get tree model. If tree alert equals null. Tree alert equals new alert tree model. Return tree alert. Private void righty alert alert throws HTTP malformed header exception, SQL exception. Table alert equals get model, dot get db, dot gettable alert. History reference ref equals new history reference, get model, dot get syscion, history reference dot type underscore scanner, alert dot get message. Record alert equals table alert dot write. Record scan dot get scanned, alert dot get plugined, alert dot get alert, alert dot get risk, alert dot get reliability. Alert dot get description, alert dot get URI, alert dot get param, alert dot get authorinfo, alert dot get solution, alert dot get reference. Ref dot get historiad. Alert dot set alerted, record alert dot get alerted. Public void session changed, session. Alert tree model tree equals, alert tree model, get alert panel, dot get tree alert, dot get model. Default mutable tree node root equals, default mutable tree node, tree dot get root. While, root dot get child count, 0. Tree dot remove a node from parent, mutable tree node, root dot get child at, 0. Try. Refresh alert, session. Catch, SQL exception E.print stack trace. Private void refresh alert, session, throws SQL exception. Table alert equals get model, dot get db, dot gettable alert. Vector v equals table alert dot get alert list by session dot get sessioned. 4. Int I equals 0, iv.size, I++. Int alert id equals, integer, v.get, i.int value. Record alert rec alert equals table alert.read, alert id. Alert equals new alert, rec alert. Add alert to display, alert. This method initializes manual requested ITOR dialog. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.manual request editor dialog. Manual request editor dialog get manual requested ITOR dialog. If manual requested ITOR dialog equals null. Manual requested ITOR dialog equals new manual request editor dialog, get view, get mainframe, false, this. Manual requested ITOR dialog set title, resend. Manual requested ITOR dialog set size, 500, 600. Return manual requested ITOR dialog. This method initializes pop-up menu resend. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner.popup menu resend. Private pop-up menu resend get pop-up menu resend. If pop-up menu resend equals null. Pop-up menu resend equals new pop-up menu resend. Pop-up menu resend.set extension, this. Return pop-up menu resend. This method initializes options scanner panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner.options scanner panel. Private options scanner panel get options scanner panel. If options scanner panel equals null. Options scanner panel equals new options scanner panel. Return options scanner panel. This method initializes scanner param. At return org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.scanner param. Private scanner param get scanner param. If scanner param equals null. Scanner param equals new scanner param. Return scanner param. Non-javadoc. At corg.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line listener number execute, org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Public void execute, command line argument args. If arguments arg_scan_idx.is enabled. System.out.println, scanner started. Starts scan. Else. Return. While, get scanner, is stop. Try. Thread.sleep, 1000. Catch, interrupted exception e. System.out.println, scanner completed. Private command line argument get command line arguments. Arguments arg_scan_idx equals new command line argument, scan, 0, null, scan, run vulnerability scan depending on previously saved policy. Return arguments. This method initializes pop-up menu scan history. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner.popup menu scan history. Private pop-up menu scan history get pop-up menu scan history. If pop-up menu scan history equals null. Pop-up menu scan history equals new pop-up menu scan history. Pop-up menu scan history.set extension, this. Return pop-up menu scan history. Number 68, extension spider.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.spider. Import java.awt.eventqueue. Import java.sql.sql exception. Import java.utilityvector. Import javax.swing.jmenutum. Import javax.swing.jtree. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider.spider. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider.spider listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider.spider param. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.command line listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook menu. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.session changed listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.sitemap. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.sitenode. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension Spider extends extension adapter implements Spider listener, session changed listener, command line listener. Private static final int arg underscore spider underscore idx equals 0. Private static final int arg underscore url underscore idx equals 1. Private j-minutum spider equals null, at javdicl index equals 0. Private spider dialog equals null, at javdicl index equals 0. Private spider equals null. Private sitemap site tree equals null. Private site node start node equals null. Private pop-up menu pop-up menu spider equals null, at javdicl index equals 0. Visual constraint equals 161,133. Private spider panel equals null. Private options spider panel equals null. Private spider param equals null, at javdicl index equals 0. Private command line arguments equals new command line argument 2. Public extension spider. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension spider, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This .set name, extension spider. This method initializes minutum spider. At return javax.swing.jminutum. Jminutum get minutum spider. If minutum spider equals null. Minutum spider equals new jminutum. Minutum spider .set text, spider. Minutum spider .add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. jtree site tree equals get view, get site tree panel, get tree site. Site node equals, site node, site tree get last selected path component. HTTP message equals null. If node equals null. Get view, show warning dialog. You need to visit the website via a browser first and select a URL folder node in the site's panel displayed. Return. Set start node. If node.is root. Show dialog, all sites will be crawled. Else. Try. Message equals node.getHistory reference, .getP message. Catch, exception E1. Return. String tmp equals message get request header, .get URI, .toString ring. Show dialog, tmp. Return menutum spider. Public void hook, extension hook. Super.hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook.getHook menu, .analyze menutum, get menutum spider. Extension hook.getHook menu, .analyze menutum, extension hook.getHook menu, .get menu spirator. Extension hook.getHook menu, .add pop-up menutum, get pop-up menu spider. Extension hook.getHook view, .add status panel, get spider panel. Extension hook.getHook view, .add option panel, get option spider panel. Extension hook.add session listener, this. Extension hook.add options param set, get spider param. Extension hook.add command line, get command line arguments. Public void start spider. Site tree equals get model, get scion, get site tree. If start node equals null. Start node equals site tree get root. Start spider, start node. Private void start spider, site node start node. If spider equals null. Try. Get model, get db, gettable history, delete history type, get model, get scion, get sessioned, history reference type spider seed. Get model, get db, gettable history, delete history type, get model, get scion, get sessioned, history reference type spider visited. Catch, SQL exception e.print stack trace. Spider equals new spider, get spider param, get model, get options param, get connection param, get model. Spider add spider listener, this. In order seed, spider, start node. Get spider panel, setup focus. Try. Spider start. Catch, null pointer exception e1. e1 print stack trace. Private void in order seed, spider site node. Try. If, node is root. HTTP message equals node.getHistory reference, .getP message. If, message, equals null. If, message get response a header, is image. Spider add seed, message. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. If, node is leaf. 4, int I equals 0, I node.get child count, I++. Try. In order seed, spider, site node.get child at, I. Catch, exception Public void spider complete. Try. Get model, get db, gettable history, delete history type, get model, get session, get sessioned, history reference type underscore spider underscore seed. Get model, get db, gettable history, delete history type, get model, get session, get sessioned, history reference type underscore spider underscore visited. Catch, SQL exception e.print stack trace. If, get view, equals null. Get minutum spider, set enabled, true. Get pop-up menu spider, set enabled, true. try. Thread.sleep, 3000. Catch, exception e. If, get view, equals null end dialog, equals null. If, event queue.is dispatch thread. Dialog.dispose. Return. Try. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. Dialog.dispose. Catch, exception e. Public void found URI, HTTP message, Boolean is skip. If, get view, equals null. If, is skip. Get spider panel, dot append found but skip, message get request header, dot get URI, dot tossed ring, plus \n. Else. Get spider panel, dot append found, message get request header, dot get URI, dot tossed ring, plus \n. Public void read URI, HTTP message. Sitemap site tree equals get model, dot get syscion, dot get site tree. Record into sitemap if not exist. HTTP message existing equals site tree dot poll path, message. Always add to tree. If, existing, equals null. Return. History reference history ref equals null. Try. History ref equals new history reference, get model, dot get syscion, history reference dot type underscore spider, message. Catch, exception e. Site tree dot add path, history ref, message. Public spider get spider. Return spider. Public void spider progress, final URI, final int percentage complete, final int number crawled, final int number to crawl. String URI string equals. If, dialog, equals null. If, event queue.is dispatch thread. Dialog.gets number crawled, set text, integer.tossed ring, number crawled. Dialog.gets outstanding crawl, set text, integer.tossed ring, number to crawl. Dialog.get progress bar, .set value, percentage complete. URI string equals. If URI equals null. URI string equals URI.toString. Dialog.gets display, .set text, URI string. Dialog.gets display, .set caret position, 0. Return. Try. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. String URI string equals. Dialog.gets number crawled, .set text, integer.toString, number crawled. Dialog.gets outstanding crawl, .set text, integer.toString, number to crawl. Dialog.get progress bar, .set value, percentage complete. If URI equals null. URI string equals URI.toString. Dialog.gets display, .set text, URI string. Dialog.gets display, .set caret position, 0. Catch, exception E. At return returns the start node. Public site node get start node. Return start node. At param start node the start node to set. Public void set start node, site node start node. This .start node equals start node. Void show dialog, string message. Dialog equals new spider dialog, get view, .get mainframe, false. Dialog.set plugin, extension spider. This. Dialog.set visible, true. Dialog.gets display, .set text, message. Spider equals null. This method initializes pop-up menu spider. At return proof secure.paros.plugin.spider.popup menu spider. Pop-up menu spider get pop-up menu spider. If pop-up menu spider equals null. Pop-up menu spider equals new pop-up menu spider. Pop-up menu spider dot set extension, this. Return pop-up menu spider. Void clear. Spider equals null. System.gc. This method initializes spider panel. At return org.parosproxy.paros.extension.spider.spider panel. Private spider panel get spider panel. If spider panel equals null. Spider panel equals new spider panel. Return spider panel. Non-Javadoc. At org.parosproxy.paros.extension.session changed listener number session changed, org.parosproxy.paros.model.session. Public void session changed, session. Get spider panel, clear. This method initializes option spider panel. At return org.parosproxy.paros.extension.spider.options spider panel. Private options spider panel get option spider panel. If option spider panel equals null. Option spider panel equals new options spider panel. Return option spider panel. This method initializes spider param. At return org.parosproxy.paros.core.spider.spider param. Private spider param get spider param. If spider param equals null. Spider param equals new spider param. Return spider param. Non-Javadoc. At org.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line listener number execute, org.parosproxy.paros.extension.command line argument. Public void execute, command line argument args. String URI equals null. If arguments arg underscore URL underscore IDX dot is enabled, and arguments arg underscore spider underscore IDX dot is enabled. Return spider equals new spider, get spider param, get model, dot get options param, dot get connection param, get model. Spider dot add spider listener, this. If arguments arg underscore URL underscore IDX dot is enabled. Vector v equals arguments arg underscore URL underscore IDX dot get arguments. 4. Int I equals 0, iv dot size, I plus plus. URI equals, string, v dot get, I. Try. System dot out dot println, adding seed plus URI. Spider dot add seed, new URI, true. Catch, URI exception e. E.print stack trace. If arguments arg underscore spider underscore IDX dot is enabled. System dot out dot println, starting spider. Spider dot start. While spider dot is stop. Try. Thread dot sleep, 1000. Catch, interrupted exception e. System dot out dot println, spider completed. Private command line argument get command line arguments. Arguments arg underscore spider underscore IDX equals new command line argument, spider, 0, null, spider, run spider. See other parameters. Arguments arg underscore URL underscore IDX equals new command line argument, seed, -1, https 0,1 / s plus, seed should be a URL, seed URL1 URL2, add seeds to the spider for crawling. Return arguments. At javedict index equals 0. Number 69, extension state.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.state. Import javax.swing.j checkbox menutum. Import javax.swing.j menutum. Import javax.swing.joption pane. Import org.apache.commons.client.http state. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension hook view. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension session changed listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension state extends extension adapter implements session changed listener. Private J checkbox minutum menu session track engineable equals null. Private J minutum menu receipt session state equals null. Public extension state. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension state, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension state. Public void hook, extension hook extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. Extension hook view PV equals extension hook dot gethook view. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dot add edit menu item, extension hook dot gethook menu, dot get menu separator. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dot add edit menu item, get menu session track engineable. Extension hook dot gethook menu, dot add edit menu item, get menu receipt session state. This method initializes menu view image. At return javax.swing.j checkbox minutum. Private J checkbox minutum get menu session track engineable. If menu session track engineable equals null. Menu session track engineable equals new J checkbox minutum. Menu session track engineable dot set text, enable session tracking, cookie. Get menu receipt session state, dot set enabled, menu session track engineable dot is selected. Menu session track engineable dot add item listener, new java.awt.event.item listener. Public void item state changed, java.awt.event.item event e. Get model, get options param, get connection param, state enabled, menu session track engineable is enabled. Get menu receipt session state, set enabled, menu session track engineable is selected. Reset session state. Return menu session track engineable. At javedict_index equals 0, at javedict_index equals 0. This method initializes jmenutum. At return javax.swing.jmenutum. Private jmenutum get menu receipt session state. If menu receipt session state equals null. Menu receipt session state equals new jmenutum. Menu receipt session state.set text, reset session state. Menu receipt session state.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. If getView.show confirm dialog, session state will be reset. Continue. Joboption pane.ok_option. Reset session state. Return menu receipt session state. Non-javadoc. At corg.paros proxy.paros.extension.session changed listener number session changed, org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. Public void session changed, session. Get model, .get options param, .get connection param, .state, new HTTP state. Private void reset session state. Get model, .get options param, .get connection param, .state, new HTTP state. Number 70, extension trap.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.trap. Import java.awt.eventq. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension adapter. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.extension hook view. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.session changed listener. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.session. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class extension trap extends extension adapter implements session changed listener. Private trap panel equals null, at javdicl index equals 0 visual constraint equals 161,134. Private proxy listener trap proxy listener equals null. Private options trap panel equals null. Private trap aram equals null, at javdicl index equals 0. Public extension trap. Super. Initialize. At param name. Public extension trap, string name. Super, name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set name, extension trap. This method initializes log panel. At return proof secure.paros.extension.history.log panel. Trap panel get trap panel. If trap panel equals null. Trap panel equals new trap panel. Trap panel dot set name, trap. Return trap panel. Public void hook, extension hook. Super dot hook, extension hook. If get view equals null. Extension hook view pv equals extension hook dot gethook view. pv dot add work panel, get trap panel. pv dot add option panel, get option strap panel. Extension hook dot add options param set, get traparam. Extension hook dot add proxy listener, get proxy listener trap. Extension hook dot add session listener, this. Public void session changed, final session. If, event queue.is dispatch thread. Session changed event handler, session. Else. Try. Event queue.invoke and wait, new runnable. Public void run. Session changed event handler, session. Catch, exception e. Private void session changed event handler, session. Get trpanel, set message, false. Private proxy listener trap get proxy listener trap. If, proxy listener equals null. Proxy listener equals new proxy listener trap, get model, get traparam. Proxy listener set trpanel, get trpanel. Return proxy listener. This method initializes options trapanel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.trap.options trap panel. Private options trap panel get options trapanel. If, options trapanel equals null. Options trapanel equals new options trap panel. Return options trapanel. This method initializes trap aram. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.trap.trap aram. Private trap aram get traparam. If, trap aram equals null. Trap aram equals new trap aram. Return trap aram. Number 71, file copier.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.model. Import java.io.buffered input stream. Import java.io.buffered output stream. Import java.io.file. Import java.io.file input stream. Import java.io.file output stream. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.neo.channels.file channel. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class file copier. Public file copier. Super. Public void copy, file in, file out, throws IO exception. Try. First use NIO when possible. Copy NIO, in, out. Catch, IO exception E. If any error, try Java Legacy. There is a NIO bug causing exception on the above under Debian. Copy Legacy, in, out. Public void copy legacy, file in, file out, throws IO exception. File input stream in stream equals null. File output stream out stream equals null. Buffered input stream in buff equals null. Buffered output stream out buff equals null. Try. In stream equals new file input stream, in. Out stream equals new file output stream, out. In buff equals new buffered input stream, in stream. Out buff equals new buffered output stream, out stream. Byte buff equals new byte 10,240. Int len equals 1. While, len 0. Len equals in buff.read, buff. If, len 0. Out buff.write, buff, 0, len. Finally, if inBuff equals null, inBuff.close. If outBuff equals null, outBuff.close. If inStream equals null, inStream.close. If outStream equals null, outStream.close. Public void copy NIO, file in, file out, throws IO exception. File input stream inStream equals null. File output stream outStream equals null. File channel source channel equals null. File channel destination channel equals null. Try. InStream equals new file input stream, in. OutStream equals new file output stream, out. Source channel equals InStream.getChannel. Destination channel equals OutStream.getChannel. Destination channel.transfer from, source channel, 0, source channel.size. Finally, if source channel equals null, source channel.close. If destination channel equals null, destination channel.close. If inStream equals null, inStream.close. If outStream equals null, outStream.close. Number 72, file xml.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.common. Import java.io.file. Import java.io.file output stream. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.io.string reader. Import java.utility array list. Import java.utility list.